Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Day after day, year after year, the heavy lifting, the repetitive motion, and now your body feels it. Your back, your knees, your quality of life. At Access Legal, we stand up for people worn down by work. Workers' comp is our sole focus, and our team has recovered more than $35 million for Wisconsin workers. From sudden accidents to pain that builds over years of hard work, we're dedicated to fighting for the benefits you're entitled to. If you've been worn down by work, contact Access Legal for a risk-free consultation. Search AXIS Legal today.
Wisconsin's Morning News is here for you every weekday morning starting at 6 a.m. Vince Vitrano.
And it appears the High Court has struck down the president's unilateral issuing of tariffs.
Erik Bilstad.
The Assembly did pass a bipartisan bill to legalize online sports betting in the state.
And traffic with Debbie Lozica.
Bound 94, right about at Moreland, we've got an accident off on the left shoulder, so watch out for that.
The news you need to know. Wisconsin's Morning News on WTMJ.
Buy one pizza today, get a second pizza free at the amazing Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford and in Oshkosh. Don't cook, don't even think about it. You don't need to clean up either. Call, order, and pick up shortly, or just walk in for your free Thursday pizza, mineshaftrestaurant.com.
Breaking news as it happens. Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Six o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, February 26th. Our top story: a Milwaukee lawmaker accused of threatening colleagues.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Testimony from the Clintons.
I'm Debbie Lozica, moving along pretty well across the entire system. Not really seeing anything major that's going to slow you down. Volume is super light as well. I'm Debbie Lozica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today will reach a high of 41 degrees under partly to mostly cloudy skies, low down to 31 tonight. Friday looking even better at this point with a high of 58. Milwaukee right now at 16. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a Wisconsin state representative from Milwaukee charged now with disorderly conduct after an alleged confrontation with another Democratic member of the Assembly.
Police allege Ortiz-Velez made indecent comments after another legislator did not include her in the drafting of a resolution honoring Latino veterans. According to Capitol Police, Ortiz-Velez said, quote, "I'm going to contact the press and tell them the other legislator is engaging in inappropriate personal actions. Prosecutors say this is beyond political rhetoric." In September, Ortiz-Velez allegedly made a comment about shooting 3 members of the Assembly she's had personal disagreements with. My calls to her office went unreturned. John Mercure, WTMJ News.
Decision Wisconsin, early polling is suggesting most voters remain undecided on who to support in the fall gubernatorial race.
The latest Marquette University law poll shows nearly 2/3 of both likely Republican and Democratic voters are undecided, even as the Republican field has been narrowed down to one serious candidate, Congressman Tom Tiffany. Poll director Charles Franklin.
These numbers will change, but they give us a baseline to follow throughout the year.
Among Democratic primary voters, Assemblywoman Francesca Hong led the way with 11%, followed by former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes with 10%. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
2 criminal cases against former Milwaukee City Attorney Tierman Spencer have now been reassigned to Waukesha County. Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reporting the Milwaukee Circuit Court Judge Lena Taylor is expected to be called as a witness in one of the cases should it end up going to trial. Now, that would create a conflict of interest, which is why they're moving the cases. Spencer and an associate accused of improperly acquiring property for $4,000 each and then selling those properties for more than $240,000. Spencer also facing misconduct in office charges in a separate criminal case.
New details about the shooting in the waters off of Cuba Wednesday that left 4 people dead, on a U.S. registered boat.
The Cuban government says 10 passengers on the boat, including the 6 that survived and are being detained, were Cuban residents of the United States.
Una infiltración con fines terroristas.
Cuban officials say the men were armed and were trying to carry out an infiltration for terrorist purposes. U.S. law enforcement confirms the American boat was stolen from the Florida Keys and is registered to a Miami man born in Cuba. Cuban officials say the U.S. boat violated territorial waters, approaching within 1 nautical mile of the Alpino Channel.
ABC's Andrea Fujii. The New York Times reporting this morning the speedboat was trying to get relatives out of Cuba.
Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton due to appear before a U.S. House committee in New York today. This is part of a congressional investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, starting off 2 days of depositions that will also include former President Bill Clinton.
The Clintons have long denied they knew of any criminal conduct by Epstein or his associate Ghislaine Maxwell. They say they cut ties with Epstein before his crimes came to light and have not been accused of any wrongdoing. They requested the depositions be public, but they will instead be questioned behind closed doors.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
A growing number of Republicans are calling for Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez to resign.
Gonzalez faces an avalanche of criticism after his congressional aide, 35-year-old Regina Santos Aviles, died by suicide in September. Her widower provided ABC News with text messages appearing to show Gonzalez pursuing a relationship with her more than a year before her death. In a series of texts from May 2024, Gonzalez, a married father of 6, asks Santos Aviles for photos, requesting a, quote, sexy pic.
ABC's Sophie Flay. Gonzalez says he has no plans to step down.
Coming up, Wisconsin suing over vaccine recommendations. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:04.
Monica, we've got to hand it to you.
You and the design team have outdone yourselves.
Are you talking about the One collection?
Those rings say you are the one.
And they say it symbolically.
Describe the symbols.
Every ring in the One collection should be presented with a special ritual.
What would that ritual be?
You pick up her left hand and you place a kiss on her ring finger.
Rick, you never told me about that part.
Then you show her the tiny red diamond, flush mounted inside the ring, that will forever be in contact with her finger.
Why is it red?
Because that's when the giver says to the one, wherever you go, my heart goes with you.
I give you this kiss. I give you my heart.
The red diamond is a secret symbol of that sacred moment.
The center diamond on the outside of the ring is for the whole world to see.
But the tiny red created diamond inside the ring is only for the two of them.
The One collection of engagement rings is available exclusively at Kessler's.
To find the Kesslers nearest you,
visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
Planning for 2026 starts now. A new deck from Outdoor Living Unlimited is built to last. We are Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck installation team. For amazing ideas, go to our Outdoor Living Unlimited Instagram page. For a free estimate, go to OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:07.
The Bucks saved by the bell. Sports at 6:15.
Wisconsin is one of 15 states now suing the White House over its rollback of vaccine recommendations for children.
The lawsuit argues that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is putting children's lives at risk by ending recommendations that all children get vaccinated against the flu, RSV, hepatitis, and other diseases. It says the updates to the vaccine schedule were made illegally because CDC leadership bypassed the Vaccine Advisory Committee and there were no changes to science to prompt it. The lawsuit also says that Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. violated procedure when he fired and replaced the entire committee. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Lawmakers reintroducing a bill that would establish nurse-to-patient ratios for Wisconsin hospitals under the law. It would mandate hospital staffing committees to set limits. For example, ICU nurses could not be assigned more than 2 patients. Wisconsin Federation of Nurses President Connie Smith.
Nurses across the state are carrying impossible workloads. Patients are sicker, needs are higher, and staffing is thinner than ever.
Supporters suggest the plan would improve health outcomes for patients and could help ease the nursing shortage. A similar bill failed to pass the state legislature 2 years ago.
The celebration continues for an American hockey star.
More accolades for the guy who scored the overtime goal in Team USA Hockey's gold-winning game at the Winter Olympics.
Devils fans, let's hear it for number 86, Shaq Hughes.
A day after President Trump gave the men ups during his State of the Union address, Hughes got a hero's welcome on the ice in New Jersey.
From the bottom of my heart, all my teammates, USA teammates, we just want to thank you guys for all the love and the support. We feel it. Thank you.
The Devils drafted Hughes as their first overall pick in 2019, and yep, he still got missing teeth to show for that performance in Milan. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Or do you have them not to show? If you don't have the teeth.
You have nothing to show?
Nothing to show. 6:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Your European experts at Fox World Travel are ramping up and busy as ever. When you want to see more of Europe, Princess Cruises delivers. With Princess Cruises and Fox World Travel, explore iconic Mediterranean ports by day, then relax in classic comfort by night. From immersive shore excursions to destination-inspired dining, every moment is designed to feel effortless. Ready to set sail on your Mediterranean adventure? Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book your European getaway.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets, something that can positively affect your mood, getting organized and clearing out the clutter. A well-rounded closet could be the most powerful room in your home. Inspired Closets can transform your closets or laundry room, your pantry, any space in your house. What separates Inspired Closets from the others? Their 3D design software and a culture that promises to build what you want and need. Call my friends Katie and Dan today, a wife-husband team ready to help. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com. At 6:10, what's happening on the roads, Debbie?
Not much, Vince. It's a nice clear ride around the area. We got pretty much standard speeds and no major incidents to worry about. Even the road construction overnight has been pulled back, so we're looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 41 degrees today, low down to 31 tonight. And then look at this day on Friday, mostly sunny, breezy, and mild. Friday's high 58 degrees. Milwaukee right now at 16. Former president, a former secretary of state set to give depositions in the continued Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Happening today.
Today, it's former Secretary Hillary Clinton. Tomorrow, former President Bill Clinton. On the record that even Republicans unsure the inquiry will amount to much.
I don't think that they're going to give us any pertinent information. I mean, we have the secretary coming in and we have her husband the next day, former President Bill Clinton. I think obviously there's plenty of photo evidence of Mr. Clinton probably doing some not so nice things.
It's Congresswoman Anna Polina, Republican Florida member of the House Oversight Committee, conducting the deposition. Joined now live by ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy in Washington. Stephen, they're actually taking this show on the road, right? Next couple of days?
This is happening in Chappaqua, New York, at the Performing Arts Center in that town where the former president and former Secretary of State live. The committee has traveled up to Westchester County, New York, to conduct the deposition. And this is happening, it's important you understand, at bipartisan insistence that Democrats and Republicans want to hear from the former president tomorrow, and they're perhaps a bit less interested in hearing from the former Secretary of State today. Hillary Clinton has said she never met Jeffrey Epstein, never flew on the plane, and has very little information to offer. But nevertheless, they're interested in asking her questions, and that'll happen today. Bill Clinton took 26 separate trips on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, including 4 international trips as part of his early work in putting together the Clinton Global Initiative. But both Hillary and Bill Clinton insist that they knew nothing about what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, and once they became aware of it, they disassociated themselves and ended the relationship. Ghislaine Maxwell recently told Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, that Bill Clinton was not Epstein's friend, he was her friend, and that according to Maxwell, Clinton flew on the plane because of her, and that Clinton saw Epstein not as a friend, but just as a rich guy with a plane. So it'll be very interesting to see and hear what Bill and Hillary Clinton have to say. We expect the depositions will be released, videotapes, perhaps by the end of the day. We'll see. Certainly Hillary Clinton today, Bill Clinton tomorrow. It has been the practice of the committee to rather swiftly release the video of these depositions when they've taken place.
So we're curious about, would it be all or pieces that would be released?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if it's several hours, the answer's maybe. It could be snippets. We don't know. One of the reasons why the Clintons pushed back against this, and you know that they did, was that they were concerned that they would be caught up in some sort of political trap. And they argued that the former president shouldn't have to testify before a congressional committee, particularly one that wasn't, that seemed to be, in their mind, bent on scoring political points. They pointed to the fact that former President Donald Trump refused to appear when he was called by the House January 6th committee, and they said that that established a new precedent. You know that the House was really very much on the cusp of voting to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress, which could have prompted criminal proceedings. And just before that, they agreed to submit to these depositions, which are going to take place today and tomorrow.
Stephen Portnoy is live with us from Washington. Quickly, Stephen, on President Donald Trump, there's some information coming out about allegations that may have been made against him. Where are we at with that?
A very strange circumstance. The law requires the Justice Department to release all of the Epstein files. We've been talking about that for some time. NPR was the first organization to report, and others have matched it, that there are certain documents that have been expected to be released. Certainly, some of the Epstein survivors have expected they'd be released. And one of them, or a series of them, involves an interview that the FBI conducted, or a series of interviews that the FBI conducted with an individual, a woman, who claimed, apparently, that she was a victim not just of Jeffrey Epstein, but also of Donald Trump. Now, the Epstein part of that interview has been released, but not the Trump part, which raises questions as to why that is. The Justice Department said in a statement yesterday, well, if there's documents that we should release, well, we're going to look into it and we'll review it and we'll get back to you. That's the essence of what the Justice Department has said. But there are certainly questions about what exactly is going on here.
Stephen Portnoy live with us from Washington this morning. Thank you, Stephen.
You bet.
It is 6:15. We've got sports up next here on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, Wisconsin anglers. This Saturday, head to MW Marine for a free fishing seminar. No reservation needed. Meet Warren Zarin from the Mercury Lund Pro Team and learn West Coast bass techniques that flat out work in Wisconsin. Pick up tips you can use right away. And while you're there, check out the boats and get ready for your best season yet. This Saturday at MW Marine. Free, fun, and you're invited.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for Tri-County Contracting. Do you love the way your home looks? When you pull into the driveway, do you think, yeah, man, that's my style. That's how I want my home to look. Or is it missing something? That's where Tri-County Contracting can help you. They can help you design the home that fits your tastes, your styles, make you love your home again. Love your home again. Go to TriCountyContractingWI.com. It's roofing, siding, and windows that'll make you love your home again. TriCountyContractingWI.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Don't look now, but the Bucks are rolling. Winners of 8 out of 10. Back and forth affair against the Cleveland Cavaliers at a 5-star form. Just a class of a game. Bucks up by double digits, but let the Cavs back into it late. 20 seconds left, tie game. Kevin Porter Jr. with the ball.
KPJ into the paint. A step back jumper is good with 20.2 on the clock.
I don't know if that was a good shot, but it went through, Justin.
It's good if it goes through. Gabe and Justin with the call. The Cavs would have one more shot to tie it.
Schroeder beats him, gets to the paint, can't finish, and the Bucks can't get the rebound. Jared Allen gets the shot off, And we are tied is the ruling. The ruling, he got it off before the clock expired.
I think he did too.
It looked like,
Oh, no, it's still in his hand.
Yeah, no, he still was, he would have the ball in his hand just there when the sounder would go off, so the Bucks would hold on to win 118 to 116. Ryan Rollins, what do you think?
Luckily, we got saved by the bell. That's good. So we got a dub. We got to keep it rolling.
Yep, got a dub, and you're going to keep it rolling there for the Bucks.
Spring training more important for some guys than others. Count players coming back from injury in the former group. Imagine how good our Brewers are going to be if we can get Garrett Mitchell through the season healthy. WTMJ's Dom Cotroneo reports from Arizona.
The last time Garrett Mitchell was on a big league field, the Brewers had not yet traded for Andrew Vaughn. Quinn Priester had only made 3 starts as a Brewer, and they were under 500 on a 3-game losing streak in April. Fast forward to Wednesday, and Garrett is finally healthy once again and trying to check all of the boxes.
Getting the all clear like 3 weeks ago or almost 4 weeks ago was the finally I can breathe. Like I got through what I needed to. Like go ahead and go play now. Like you have no restrictions.
Garrett initially went on the injured list on April 26th with a left oblique strain. But while on his rehab assignment in AAA Nashville, he jammed his surgically repaired right shoulder and needed another procedure to clean up the damage. And in his return to the field on Wednesday, he finally had another similar play, a pickoff play to first, that finally felt normal.
I was looking to, 1, look to steal, but 2, was looking for them to come over at least once. And it felt actually fantastic. Didn't feel anything. So I looked at the jersey, like it's actually pretty like parallel. So like usually when I dive, it's mostly on my right. So that was actually probably a pretty even slide. So I got down on both.
A former first rounder out of UCLA, Mitchell is looking forward to maybe finally putting together that healthy season.
Today it was just a blessing to be back out there and playing, and I felt good. Felt like I had good presence in the box today. Took some aggressive swings and had a good quality at bat. So felt like I pretty much checked everything off besides getting a fly ball today. So that was nice.
Live from Phoenix, I'm Dominic Cotroneo, WTMJ.
The Brewers beat the Giants 13-12 on Tuesday. They play the Rangers this afternoon. Our next broadcast here on WTMJ is tomorrow.
College basketball, UWM Panthers end their regular season. They beat Youngstown State. Up next, the conference tournament next week.
And Badgers' up-and-down season continues. Just lost to an 11-17 team. Now, granted, on the road, 85-71 was the final. Oregon over Wisconsin. Badger Sports Updates, sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. As the days get longer and Wisconsin weather shifts, it's a good time to check your home's comfort. If your house felt drafty this winter, it may be time for an upgrade. Hometown offers energy-efficient windows and doors from Bella, Marvin, Anderson, and more. All on display in their New Berlin showroom, all installed by Hometown employee carpenters. Wood, vinyl, or Fibrex, they have options for every budget. Call my friends today at Hometown Windows and Doors. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need.
And we're starting to fill up. WTMJ is throwing strikes for a cause. You're invited. We do still have some slots open. Bowling for Babies coming up Saturday, March 7th. We're going to be at Village Bowl in Menominee Falls. We're raising money for Milwaukee Diaper Mission. We'd love to have you put together a team of 4 and hit the lanes with us. Registration is $170 per team. All proceeds and fees benefit Milwaukee Diaper Mission. And there's some really cool prizes for teams that come out and compete. I'm talking Brewers tickets. I'm talking Packers. We've got all sorts of stuff to give away. So text the word baby to the WTMJ Talk and Text line. That's 855-616-1620 for sign-up information. Bowling for Babies and helping families in need.
130 years of trusted community banking. Greg Matzik here reminding you since 1896, Horicon Bank has been proud to stand beside their neighbors. And in 2026, Horicon Bank is celebrating this milestone with a full year of special events and monthly celebrations across all of their Wisconsin branches. All this week, join them at their New Berlin location on Cleveland Avenue for gift card giveaways and raffle prizes. Visit horiconbank.com or follow them on social media. Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Abby Hall. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. At 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
622 traffic with Debbie.
Okay, looking pretty good for the most part. We do have a broken down semi on 94 southbound, just about at the ramp from the airport spur. So watch out for that. Otherwise, it's out of traffic, so it's not really affecting the ride that much. Just something to mention. For the most part, we got really good ride across the area. Volume's relatively light, and speeds are pretty much standard. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast from meteorologist Brendan Johnson this morning over TMJ4. Partly to mostly cloudy, high of 41 degrees today. Stay right around the freezing mark overnight. And then for Friday, we're going to pop a high near 60 degrees. Now, right now he's got it at 58. That might be in his Nansky. You might just want to nudge it up to 60. We'll see what he has for tomorrow. And skies will be mostly sunny. Then back to winter over the weekend. Saturday, a high of 32 degrees. Maybe some light snow possible. And Sunday's high, 26. Right now, we're at 16.
An update on a story we told you about.
What's that beeping? Somebody at the grocery store?
No, it's a heart monitor.
That heart's got to get going a little bit.
Well, he's doing fine, thank you. At least as far as we know.
Here we are back on the most beautiful planet in the solar system.
That is NASA astronaut Mike Fink after arriving back on Earth early. Remember this? We had that International Space Station team of astronauts who returned early from their stay because of a medical issue. We weren't sure what the issue was. We knew it was bad enough that they all had to return, but we didn't know who was ill, what the problem was. All we knew is that, hey, everything's okay. Astronaut is said to be stable, but we got to get him back on Earth, or someone back on Earth. They wouldn't say who it was. Well, it turns out it was Mike Fink. He's told us so now. NASA astronaut Mike Fink, the commander of the ISS, revealed that he was the crew member whose medical issue required the group to return early. Fink did not provide details about the medical issue, but wrote that a full range of terrestrial imaging and diagnostic evaluations, capabilities available only here on Earth, have been completed, and that he's grateful to share that the results are very reassuring that he is firmly on the path to recovery.
So not pregnancy.
So
it does not sound like that's plausible.
In this case of a human pregnancy. I'm just kidding. We don't know. No. Unfortunately, Debbie, this is all we know.
I remain confused about this. And we said before, nobody is, with rare exception, should be expected to reveal their personal medical stuff, right?
Correct.
Understood.
Yes.
You have the president, and we get medical reports on that because that's an elected official and all those things. Okay, that withstanding, most people, I don't care what your line of work is, you don't have to. He owes it to no one to tell them, other than his employers, what's going on. But I don't understand, first of all, why. I understand maybe to a degree why it wasn't revealed when they were still up on the ISS. But when they came back, why, if he now is saying, yeah, it was me, why that couldn't have been said when they gave their news conference? And hey, man, just what happened? Like, was it a stroke or was it a heart attack? What was it? Because now we're still talking about it.
There are the specifics, but just not specific enough. On January 7th, he writes, while aboard the International Space Station, I experienced a medical event that required immediate attention from my incredible crewmates. Everyday heroes they are. Thanks to their quick response and the guidance of our NASA flight surgeons, my status quickly stabilized. After further evaluation, we had to get myself home. We splashed down, and I'm grateful to everyone who's helped me along the way. I'm doing very well and continuing standard post-flight reconditioning.
I just don't say why you didn't say it was a mild heart attack, or it turns out it was a mini stroke, or it was a something. Because now, still talking about, there's still that little bit of curiosity out there. If you just wanted it to go away just well enough. In fact, had he said any of these things weeks ago,
I'll never think about this again.
Remember the Murphy thing?
Correct.
And astronauts are my heroes. I love astronauts, but I wouldn't give it any more thought.
And here's what's more interesting, that you know what this story took away from? Artemis 2. That's the bigger story. Artemis 2, the giant spaceship that's going to fly around the moon, is on its way back to the garage. They're moving it back to the garage, and they've delayed the flight at least back to April 1st. That's the bigger story, but here we are talking about the mysterious, perhaps something medical, perhaps it had to do with aliens. We don't know. Story about, I mean, it probably doesn't. I'm just saying.
News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market
You're just
update.
gonna go ahead?
No, well, they don't want to roll that thing back to the vehicle assembly building. I'll tell you that. That's not a good sign.
Correct, yeah.
I have nothing to add on the aliens. Dow Jones Industrial Average was up more than 300 points in trading on Wednesday to 49,482. The NASDAQ was up 288. The S&P 500 up 56. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Hey, the Lenten season is here. Experience the fabulous all-you-care-to-eat Friday fish fry at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club. WTMJ's John Mercure here, one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free every night, even Saturdays. Savor your favorite steak, the twin lobster tails, the mixed grill of a filet, shrimp, and scallops, honey glazed salmon, any entree, ribs, you got it. All buy one, get one free. Desserts also buy one, get one free. Only at the famous Fox and Hounds. Unwind tonight with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, 100 wines. Enjoy in one of the 8 elegant dining rooms with 7 real wood-burning fireplaces. You're going to feel warm and welcomed and cozy. Take your family to the Fox and Hounds this week. Half of your dinners are free. Just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of the Holy Hill Shrine, serving dinner from 4 p.m. today. Dine early. Tables are open. Serving Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Google, call, and reserve your Friday haddock Lenten fish fry and free dinner. It's the famous Fox and Hounds.
Recently, a seller that unfortunately ended up choosing another agent called me. She said she made a mistake, and what she was expressing to me sounded like she kind of was bullied into signing with him. Is it typical? Not always, but it will never happen when you hire a Century 21 Benefit Realty agent. I want our agents to be able to look in the mirror and say, I'd want to work with me. Not because they're good at saying what you want to hear or offer the lowest commission, but because of trust. Because if you're not feeling that from your agent, that's a problem. And I don't want that. At 1.9% on the listing side of your sale with our commission capped at $19,000, Century 21 Benefit Realty leads with a very fair and transparent commission structure with maximum marketing that can get your home sold fast and for the best price. And saving money matters, but working with someone who'll tell you exactly what you need to know up front, that creates trust. And that matters too. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Gun battle off the Cuban coast, and officials now say 4 people were killed. They were all on a speedboat registered in Florida to a Cuban man living in Miami. 6 more people on the boat have been arrested in Cuba. ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio demanding answers.
We obviously want to have access to these people if they are American citizens or U.S. residents. But I'm not going to speculate now.
Cuba's government saying those on board were Cubans living in the U.S. trying to carry out an infiltration for terrorist purposes.
Another round of talks between the U.S. and Iran over Iran's nuclear program taking place today in Geneva. Those talks led by President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. They're also taking part in negotiations with Ukraine today. Ukraine says Russia launched hundreds of drones and missiles overnight. Hillary Clinton preparing for questions today from the House Oversight Committee on Jeffrey Epstein. This is ABC News.
We're moving along pretty well out there. Of course, we got our usual buildup of volume on westbound 94 right through the stadium interchange towards Hawley Road. Quick tap of the brakes eastbound as well as you're making your way towards Hawley. Otherwise, everything else is rolling along just fine. I'm Debbie Lozgo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, a high of 41 today. Skies partly to mostly cloudy. And a low of 31 tonight. Got a ways to go. We're at 16 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a Wisconsin State Representative, Sylvia Ortiz-Velez, now charged with disorderly conduct after an alleged confrontation with another member of the state assembly.
Prosecutors say Ortiz-Velez was upset that another unnamed legislator did not include her in the drafting of a resolution honoring Latino veterans. According to Capitol Police, Ortiz-Velez then threatened to contact the press and tell them the other legislator was engaging in, quote, inappropriate personal actions. Prosecutors say this was outside the bounds of free speech and political rhetoric. In September, Ortiz-Velez allegedly made a comment about shooting 3 members of the assembly she's had personal disagreements with. John Mercure, WTMJ News.
A suspect is in custody for a deadly battery in West Milwaukee. Cheryl Jenkins died from a head injury. She was 66. This happened near 44th and Mitchell earlier this week. The medical examiner says a family member hit her with a bat. Police say that man is now in custody.
Enbridge Energy entering a victory lap and another legal saga over the Line 5 pipeline between northwest Wisconsin and Ontario.
In Wisconsin, crews started clearing trees for construction that will reroute the aging oil pipeline around the Bad River Band of Lake Superior's reservation. This comes despite 2 new lawsuits as the tribe and environmental groups seek to shut down the pipeline altogether. The state of Michigan also wants to decommission it and has a lawsuit before the U.S. Supreme Court. The court heard oral arguments on Tuesday, and that case could decide how much power states have to regulate fossil fuels. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
UW Stevens Point has a new chancellor. The University of Wisconsin Board of Regents approving the appointment of Robert Brinkman. Brinkman currently serves as a dean of College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at Northern Illinois.
Milwaukee's newest music venue is open.
Landmark Credit Union Live seats 4,500. The venue officially opened in the Deer District with a community party Wednesday night.
I know Milwaukee's got a lot of great venues, but I hope this one puts us on the map for that mid-sized touring.
Concert attendee Jeff from Milwaukee tells WTMJ.
I'm a bigger guy, so I like the space and the seats. Yeah, I think it's a good addition to City of Milwaukee live music scene.
The opening night featured performances from local acts, including Vinyl Department, DJ Lukewarm, the Steph Lippert Project, and Chicken Wire Empire. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
There's some kind of names in that lineup. DJ Lukewarm. Chicken Wire Empire.
You don't like lukewarm? That would indicate not very good?
It would, but I'm sure
it's okay.
I'm sure DJ Luke is aware of that and has done that deliberately.
Okay, all right.
6:34.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Forward Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
Vince Vitrano here for GoTrago.com. Turnover. It is costly in your organization. It's frustrating for many. They call it the silent profit killer. GoTrago Assessment Solutions has that solution for you. At GoTrago, they help organizations stop the revolving door, making sure you're hiring the right people the first time, reducing hiring costs, and improving sales. At GoTrago, the TPS identifies top performers before they're on your payroll. That reduces turnover, boosts customer experience, and increases sales. Here's an example. Auto dealers are using this widespread across the country and are operating now at turnover rates more than 200% below the industry average using predictive assessments. GoTrago, better hires, better teams, better results. GoTrago, TREGO.com.
Have you ever thought about what makes Wisconsin great? I mean the things that really make it great. It's, of course, the people, and that's very true. It's also the places, it's the experiences, it's the downtowns and the food. It's the awesome places we have to stay. On Experience Wisconsin, each week we dive into all of that, giving you a roadmap for the cool things to do in our state. On this week's show, it is Lake Geneva that we check out, and we'll talk to the Travel Secretary, Ann Sayers. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 on WTMJ.
It's here on consignment from over 10,000 nationwide partners. From very high-end, distinctive furniture, unique antiques and original art, to tasteful home decor that can fit almost any budget. Premium home decor priced right at 25 to 40% off retail prices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Smart interior designers know that what they'll see here is going to be almost impossible to find anywhere else, especially at our consignment prices. premium home decor that's gently loved and close to new. And what we carry can raise the wow factor of anyone's home decor. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:37.
Brewers' Bryce Terang has a day at spring training. Why he'll soon be leaving the team. Coming up in sports at 6:45.
Mounting pressure on a lawmaker in Washington on Capitol Hill to address allegations that he had an affair with a staffer who would die by suicide.
A growing number of Republicans calling for Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez to step down amid allegations he had an affair with his staffer. House Speaker Mike Johnson calls the allegations alarming, but says the matter will play out in next week's primary when voters get to decide.
So Gonzalez, that's ABC's Sophie Flay, faces an avalanche of criticism. Regina Santos Aviles died by suicide in September. Her widower provided ABC with text messages appearing to show Gonzalez pursuing a relationship with her more than a year before her death. Series of texts from 2024. Gonzalez, a married father of 6, asking her for photos, sexy pics. And she's hesitant at first, but then I think at one part says, like, this is going too far, boss, and all that. But they did have an affair at one point. She's now dead. Republicans and Democrats calling for him to resign, but he won't. And how Johnson is basically saying, well, there's an election next week, so I'll let the voters in Florida to decide in the primary whether to keep him.
So being primary means he is Republican opposition. So in terms of whether or not this ultimately affects seats in the House and positioning that way, you would expect that if it's a firm Republican district that there aren't concerns there.
Right, because you wondered if that was why they would hold on to him, just to keep the numbers at least as long as they could. But there's not a good look right now for this guy, and a woman is dead as well. So it's a story that clearly is getting a lot of headlines right now.
Get ready for a big savings haul. Fleet Farm's having another bucket sale. Just pick up a 5-gallon bucket for $3.99 anytime this Monday through Sunday and save 15% on any qualifying items that fit inside. Need paint supplies? New power tools. If you can fit them, you can get them for 15% off. So make your bucket list and head into Fleet Farm's bucket sale, February 23rd through March 1st. And check out all the deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Vince Vitrano here for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Just so I knew, did some bumping around on local wait times at urgent cares and ERs in the area. Many reported at least a half hour, some averaging over an hour just to be seen. You know, my sister jacked up her ankle not long ago, and I insisted she go to an ortho ASAP clinic. She told me she was in to see the doc before she had her paperwork filled out. Not to mention, once you're in the room, you're now being seen by experts in orthopedic care. So if it's a sprain, a strain, a pull, the pop, or even worse, a fall, and you need to be seen right away, don't wait in line with sick people at the hospital. Ortho ASAP clinics have hours every day of the week. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference.
A buck doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Time saver traffic with Debbie at 6:41.
Still looking pretty good out there. We do have, of course, our delays westbound 94 through the stadium interchange, but not horribly bad. Broken down vehicle on northbound 94 off on the right shoulder, right about at Highway K in Racine County. It is off on the right shoulder, like I mentioned, but there's a quick tap of the brakes heading right past it. So keep that in mind. Give them room to work to try and get that thing out of there. Otherwise, moving along pretty well. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. We go from a partly to a mostly cloudy sky at times today. Temperatures topping out in the lower 40s. We'll look for a mix of cloud cover and some clearing tonight as lows dip to around 30 degrees. The sunshine, though, is back for our Friday. Those south and westerly winds actually ramp up. Breezy conditions. That leads to more mild temperatures with highs in the upper 50s to near 60 degrees at the state line.
16 in Milwaukee right now.
Time to recognize and honor some everyday heroes. Everyday hero is when Wisconsin Morning News celebrates an average John or Jane Doe or dudes who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life.
I like where this is headed.
Everyday Hero, sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care, Azura Memory Care. We head to Santa Cruz, California. The surfers are out.
Yeah.
Having a nice run. Everyone's out there hitting the waves. And it's a rocky day. They're shredding. They're taking care of it. I'm trying to think of other lingo I could use. Anyway, they're having a good day. When Daryl Verosco, one of the surfers, notices this boat. This boat's got family on it. Looks like a fishing boat, and it's cruising. And it looks like the guy driving the boat is trying to beat some of these waves, and he's not going to. We do have video.
He's not winning.
He is not winning, and that boat takes a direct hit.
I knew right away the wave was going to get him, and when it hit him, we all just kind of kicked in the action and just like, we got to find these guys.
Yeah, so the boat gets flipped by this giant wave, and there's video of it. If you text the word hero, you can see it, 855-616-1620, citing Unlimited WTMJ Talk and text line. It's got 4 kids on it, 2 parents. The kids have life vests on, but the parents don't, and they're all thrown into the water. The boat is capsized. Now listen to how Daryl Verosco describes the scene.
It was chaos, because the kids had life jackets, so they're popping up, and then the parents were further inside, and the boat was capsized, fishing line everywhere, fishing bait, just full yard sale.
Full yard sale. There's like shoes floating around and stuff.
I love this guy already.
So what they do is they get there immediately.
Are you hurt at all?
So that's surfers with GoPros talking to this little kid. Imagine this kid thrown from a boat. He has no idea where anybody is, and he's scared out of his mind. And these surfers decided, well, we got to get everyone out of the water.
I looked over and I saw a boat in the water, and then I just look in a different direction. I see this kid floating in the water just yelling for help.
So they get everybody out. Parents are okay. Fire chief there in Santa Cruz says, man, if it wasn't for these guys.
It's not common or every day that people want to get involved. And so it's just huge that we have people out in the community that are willing to take that step and become involved in an emergency situation.
Yes, sir. And by the way, the surfing community, that's a brotherhood and sisterhood right there. They work together.
Surfing community is like a pretty nice community. Like they always when someone's in trouble, we always come together to help that person.
Love it. Thank you, bros and dudes, for being everyday heroes. You saved a family. Enjoy the waves today. Everyday Heroes, sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care.
The pulse of the Milwaukee Bucks, straight from a Bucks legend.
Can't get it off. Marcus Johnson will, though. Can't leave him alone for a 12.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson on Bucks Plus. Marcus and his son Chris offer a weekly beat on Bucks basketball. Get your questions answered and hear from the biggest names in basketball. Find Here District with Marcus Johnson at bucks.com/plus on the Bucks app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Probably heard the news on the housing situation. It is tough to buy a new house right now. So let's invest in the home you have with Matrix Basement Finishing. And what they specialize in is helping you build a lower-level space where you can build relationships. This is the spot where the whole family is there. You're doing movie night or you're playing games with the kids. Speaking of the kids, this is the place where they can go with their friends when they're at your house and everybody wants to hang out there. Good news is they're out of your way, but you're resting easy knowing the kids are at your place. They're having a fun and safe environment to enjoy. I've had Brent and Josh from Matrix in my home. They can map it all out for you right there at the kitchen table, including great pricing and financing options. One of those options, book now. Make no payments until 2028 with Matrix Basement Finishing. Tell them Vinny sent you, matrixbasements.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
What a ball game at Fiserv Forum. Back and forth affair. Bucks up by 2 over the Cavaliers with just seconds to go. Cavs with the ball. Now listen to the call here from Justin and Gabe. Justin Garcia, Gabe Neitzel from Fiserv Forum.
Jared Allen gets the shot off, and we are tied is the ruling. The ruling, he got it off before the clock expired.
I think he did too.
It looked like, yeah.
Oh, no, it's still in his hand.
Hey, they saw the replay. Nope, still in his hand when the sounder went off. That means Bucks survive 118-116. Kevin Porter Jr. on that final shot.
After the first miss, I was looking dead at the shot clock like, please go out, please go out. And he got it up, but I seen that the clock went out before, so I was confident that he didn't, but that was a good shot.
KPJ would have 20, Ryan Rollins 18. The Bucks have won 8 of 10. They got the Knicks tomorrow night.
We have a spring training grand slam. Want to hear it?
Yes.
Is a fly ball to center. This ball's hit well. Gilbert's back. Track. Wall. Bye-bye baseball. A grand slam over the batter's eye in center for Bryce Terang, and we are all knotted up at 8.
Bryce Terang having a couple of nice days in spring training. Now, the bad news, sort of, think about the Brewers, is he is headed off to play for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic.
Why is that bad news?
Well, I mean, just, I don't know.
It's exciting.
It's exciting news? Okay, we should feel good about that then.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you'll love the World Classic.
I do, but I'd really rather win a World Series. So just that this doesn't impede that in any way, right?
No, why would you say that?
I just want to make sure that
if
it's
he
all
hurts
good.
himself, you can say, "Oh, I told you."
Our next spring training broadcast is tomorrow afternoon. That's a 2:10 first pitch.
College basketball, UWM beats Youngstown State. Now they head to the conference tournament next week.
And in fairness, the night had to get long for Wisconsin. They're on the West Coast. Badgers tipped off at 10 p.m. our time against Oregon. But they lost steam in the second half, dropped a game they shouldn't have. Badgers fall to the 11-17 Ducks in Eugene, 85-71. Badgers Sports Update sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Your European experts at Fox World Travel are ramping up and busy as ever. When you want to see more of Europe, Princess Cruises delivers. With Princess Cruises and Fox World Travel, explore iconic Mediterranean ports by day, then relax in classic comfort by night. From immersive shore excursions to destination-inspired dining, every moment is designed to feel effortless. Ready to set sail on your Mediterranean adventure? Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book your European getaway.
Vince Vitrano here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, our homes here in our state. We ask a lot of the windows and doors. Volatile weather, it's back and forth. Got to be ready for anything year-round. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, that's why they're so focused on quality and durability in everything they do. I don't want you to make compromises when it comes to being comfortable at home. So right now, here's the deal. Take advantage of 0% interest on your financing for up to 4 years. The right windows and doors make a meaningful difference in your home's comfort, efficiency, and overall style. With Pella, you get expert recommendations designed around your home, your needs, the way you live. They guide you through every step of the way. They help you choose the right options for your home, your style, and your budget. And with 0% financing for up to 4 years, plus a 10-year limited warranty, it's a decision you can feel confident about long after installation day. Certain restrictions do apply. The offer ends February 28th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
WTMJ forecast includes a high near 60, Deb. We'll do that next. First, tell us about the roads.
Okay. Westbound 94 is going to be slowing down from 35th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Eastbound, you got delays between Brookfield Road and Calhoun, and then back on the brakes from just east of 76th Street past 68th. Other than that, we're looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. A high of 41 degrees today under partly to mostly cloudy skies. I promised you a high near 60. That would be tomorrow. Mostly sunny skies, will be a bit on the breezy side, and a high of 58. And then we drop right back down for the weekend. Cloudy with some light snow likely on Saturday. Minor accumulation. Saturday's high 32. Sunday just 26 for the high. And looking ahead to the work week next week, partly sunny on Monday with a high of 32. Right now it's 16.
Interesting story out of the Wall Street Journal. How young is too young? According to the Wall Street Journal, cosmetic companies are increasingly marketing their products to children under the age of 16. How young is too young? There's moisturizers, skincare products for children as young as 3. And it's making a ton of money for the business. How young is too young? Joining us now, ESPN Milwaukee's Jen Latta. Hi, Jen.
Hi, guys. How are you this morning?
Excellent. So, do you remember the first time?
Mom's perspective.
Yes.
Yeah.
The first time you put on moisturizer, or the first time you put that on your kid?
I'm such a bad example for this story because we weren't allowed to wear makeup in our house when I was growing up. I don't think I wore makeup until maybe like senior year of high school. Maybe dabbled a little bit when I started cheerleading at Marquette, but like for the most part, we weren't familiar with it. And like, look, it's very different for our daughters. I obviously wear makeup for work. I put makeup on for television. I put makeup on when I'm going out. Dario wears makeup for work. So there's a little bit of a different relationship with it. But I can't imagine that young girls being encouraged to wear makeup is a good thing. I mean, there's so many insecurities for women. There's so many issues with body image and how you're perceived by the world, and am I pretty or am I ugly, or, you know, like, and all of these things. And the earlier you start or introduce makeup, I think the earlier those issues, you know, come up. So I'm really hesitant about that. You know, I'm one of these people, you guys see me every day in the studio and around the halls. I choose not to wear makeup most days. And I do think that there is some value in presenting myself to the world with a fresh face. This is how I look, take it or leave it, you know, sort of thing. Recognizing that when I'm at work, when I'm on TV, that's a costume. That's part of, you know, my uniform, if you will. And that's sort of how we have presented makeup to our daughters who are 8 and 6.
I think for me too, Jen, the concern is outside of the makeup issue, it's the whole, what is my skincare routine when I'm 4 or 7
Your
or whatever?
skin is amazing at that age.
Yes, and many dermatologists just say this stuff for the skincare, whether it's the moisturizing or the exfoliating, all of that stuff, it's actually not healthy for your skin.
Yeah, and look, you're right, but it also is preying on insecurity. And I think that's probably what bothers me the most about it, right? It's trying to convince these parents or these girls that if you don't start a detailed skin regimen early on, oh, you're going to have acne as you get older, and oh, you're going to, you know, have all of these issues if you don't start early. And that's just not true. You know, take care of your skin, wash it with soap and water, you know, basic hygiene. And at that age, you should be fine. You know, it's like anything else. It's just trying to tell women that they're not enough as they are, and here's why you need our product to be what you can be. You know, terrible marketing ploy, and I just encourage parents, you know, there are going to be kids who want to do it. They have access to these things because they have phones, and it's going to pop into their Instagram feed or their TikTok feed, but I would try to encourage people to hold it off as long as possible.
ESPN Milwaukee's Jen Latta. Thank you, Jen.
Bye, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. You know, a lot of this is where this is coming from. You know where this is, why this is such big
100%.
business right now. It's because all the influencers do the skincare routine as they're talking about their day or showing their, you know, that's part of the content now.
The hashtag Get Ready With Me.
Yeah, right.
So that's here's my morning routine, and it's some kid.
Yeah, like literally just going through
guys, so I'm putting this on, and it's this,
and then they're
that.
talking about their day and where they might get some coffee later, and it's just like it's what kids are watching.
But as they're getting ready, they're
Yes.
applying this and doing that and all of these other things, and in many cases, it's younger kids watching the older kids do it, and what younger kid doesn't want to be like the big kids?
Right.
I don't know. And then on the men's side, I'd just be happy if the young men would take a shower at all, or run a comb through it once.
Run a comb
with my son. It's like, are you ready? Yeah, you are.
Really?
Are you?
For sure.
Did you brush your hair? Yeah. Really?
With a brick?
Exactly. Right. Get ready at all. Get ready with me. Get ready at all, son. 6:57 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Wisconsin Center District leaders are denying plans to demolish Miller High Life Theater following the release of a study that concluded the theater site was the most cost-effective location for a hotel. District CEO Marty Brooks said that other locations are still being considered. Generac Power Systems has settled a $206 million lawsuit related to a generator explosion. 6 construction workers said they sustained severe burns from the 2023 incident, which involved a portable generator. And Northwestern Mutual exceeded $40 billion in revenue during 2025. That's an increase from the record-breaking $38 billion in revenue it had in 2024. I'm Addison Lathers for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets, something that can positively affect your mood, getting organized and clearing out the clutter. A well-rounded closet could be the most powerful room in your home. Inspired Closets can transform your closets or laundry room, your pantry, any space in your house. What separates Inspired Closets from the others? Their 3D design software and a culture that promises to build what you want and need. Call my friends Katie and Dan today, a wife-husband team ready to help. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
My part-time service in the Army National Guard makes it possible for me to be more for the community I call home. My training helps me at work when I lead by example. My service in the Army National Guard allows me to keep my community and those I care about safe from threats. Learn more about how you too can live and serve part-time close to home by visiting NationalGuard.com.
Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard, aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margle Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
Ever wonder what it takes to feel truly wealthy and financially comfortable? Schwab asked Americans that question, and most said at least $2 million. But here's the thing, your number might be different. And that makes sense because your dreams, travel, retirement, and the legacy you want to leave are unique to you. That's why you need advice that's just as personal. The team at Annex Wealth Management is ready to listen and help you build a plan that fits your life. Click the Get Started button at annexwealth.com.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ Milwaukee.
7 o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin.
To Holly Road as well. Rest of the system looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, partly to mostly cloudy skies and a high of 41 degrees today. Tonight's low at 31 and right now 16. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Wisconsin State Representative from Milwaukee, Sylvia Ortiz-Velez, now charged with disorderly conduct. This is all about an alleged confrontation with another Democrat in the state assembly.
Police allege Ortiz-Velez made indecent comments after another legislator did not include her in the drafting of a resolution honoring Latino veterans. According to Capitol Police, Ortiz-Velez said, quote, "I'm going to contact the press and tell them the other legislator is engaging in inappropriate personal actions. Prosecutors say this is beyond political rhetoric." In September, Ortiz-Velez allegedly made a comment about shooting 3 members of the assembly she's had personal disagreements with. My calls to her office went unreturned. John Mercure, WTMJ News.
In Madison, hours of testimony from the Attorney General Josh Kaul over his department's use of special prosecutors.
Republicans in the state Senate formed the special committee to investigate the Wisconsin DOJ's use of legal fellows affiliated with New York University to handle environmental cases. GOP members like State Senator Mary Felskowski claim those attorneys helped influence DOJ decisions.
Wisconsin's Department of Justice should answer to the people of the state, not to outside interests.
Attorney General Josh Kaul says his office did not violate any constitutional laws.
It's clear that the work that these fellows did was work in the best interests of the people of the state of Wisconsin.
The committee is expected to meet again in April. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
There's new information this morning on the deadly shootout off the coast of Cuba that involved a speedboat registered in Florida. It was operating in Cuban waters, the Cuban government claiming the 10 people aboard were armed for a, quote, infiltration for terrorist purposes.
Cuban officials say the individuals were armed with assault rifles, handguns, Molotov cocktails, bulletproof vests, and camouflage uniforms.
The information that's out there is information that's been provided by the Cubans. We are going to verify that information independently and reach our own conclusions.
Before these allegations emerged, Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying diplomats are working to gather more information.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. Cuban officials say 4 people were killed in that shootout. 6 others were wounded and are right now being detained.
The Clintons appear before the House Oversight Committee starting today as part of the investigation into the Jeffrey Epstein case.
The former First Lady, Secretary of State, U.S. Senator, and former presidential nominee will give a closed-door deposition in Chappaqua, New York today. Former President Bill Clinton will give his deposition tomorrow. Survivors of disgraced financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein have not accused Bill or Hillary Clinton of any wrongdoing, with Hillary Clinton saying she never met or spoke with Epstein. Bill Clinton says he and Epstein were acquainted years before Epstein's sex crimes conviction and that he cut off all contact with him decades ago. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Decision, Wisconsin. A majority of voters have not yet made up their minds on whom they will support in the upcoming gubernatorial race.
Nearly 2/3 of Wisconsin primary voters are undecided across party lines, according to the latest Marquette University law poll. Director Charles Franklin says while numbers will change,
there does seem to be just less attention to all of the races this year, not unique to the Republican primary or the Democratic primary.
On the Democratic side, Assemblywoman Francesca Hong led the way with 11% of primary voters. Amongst Republicans, presumptive nominee Tom Tiffany tallied 35% support. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Ukrainian officials going to meet with U.S. presidential envoys today, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. That's going to happen in Switzerland. Witkoff says the efforts to end Russia's war against Ukraine are very promising.
I measure progress based on where we were from in the original Geneva meeting, and I think we've accomplished quite a bit since then.
Separate talks between the U.S. and Iran will also be held today in Geneva.
Coming up, talking about a golden ticket, this kid's Pokemon card was a jackpot. That story next.
Hey everybody, it's WTMJ's Debbie Lazaga for Access Legal. I see firsthand how hard Wisconsin workers push themselves. From the construction crews on the roads I monitor every day to the countless jobs that strain the body over time. For many, that wear and tear turns into real pain. My friends at Access Legal understand what you're going through and they want to help. Their team has recovered more than $35 million for Wisconsin workers and will fight for the benefits you're entitled to as well. Worn down by work? Contact Access Legal for a risk-free consultation. That's AXIS Legal.
Abbey Window. At Abbey Home, our mission statement is making lives easier. Let us make your life easier by custom designing the bathroom to fit your needs so you can stay in your home longer. We will make your shower system safe but stylish by taking out your old tub, and you'll be able to walk right into your new shower. We'll add grab bars, a stationary seat, and glass doors that'll make your new bathroom a stylish success. Right now, get a free shower door with all bathrooms and payments as low as $98 a month. If somebody asks you if you know a guy in the business, you can say no, but I know a girl.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
130 years of trusted community banking. Greg Matzik here reminding you since 1896, Horicon Bank has been proud to stand beside their neighbors. And in 2026, Horicon Bank is celebrating this milestone with a full year of special events and monthly celebrations across all of their Wisconsin branches. All this week, join them at their new Berlin location on Cleveland Avenue for gift card giveaways and raffle prizes. Visit horiconbank.com or follow them on social media. Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years.
Skylight Music Theater presents The Spitfire Grill, a heartfelt Wisconsin-born musical of redemption and second chances. This 25th anniversary production features a 5-piece band. The Spitfire Grill, February 27th through March 15th. Tickets at skylightmusictheater.org.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:07.
The Bucks saved by the bell. Sports at 7:15.
2 criminal cases against former Milwaukee City Attorney Tierman Spencer now been reassigned to another county.
The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel is reporting that Milwaukee Circuit Court Judge Lena Taylor is expected to be called as a witness in one of the cases if it goes to trial. Since that could become a conflict of interest, the cases are moving to Waukesha County. Spearman and an associate are accused of improperly acquiring a property for $4,000 each, then attempting to flip it for over $200,000 in profit. Spencer is also facing misconduct in office charges in a separate criminal case. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Nearly 25 years after the September 11th terror attacks on the World Trade Center, the final office tower will begin construction soon.
It's the final of 4 office towers in the master plan for rebuilding the World Trade Center site that was developed in the years following the attacks of 9/11. For decades, 2 World Trade Center met a number of false starts, and by 2012 only rose to ground level. Now the announcement that the project is back on track with a new design. The 55-story building will be the new headquarters for American Express. Completion expected in 2031. Dave Packer, ABC News, New York.
A young Pokemon fan is one happy boy today.
United employees have responded in a big way after the dad of a 7-year-old named Reed posted to Reddit, alerting anyone who may have found a small binder full of Pokemon cards at the McDonald's at the airport in Denver to make a little kid's day and get in touch. No one did, but after the airline verified a lost item report from Reed's mom, airline workers from all over the world sprang into action and donated about 15,000 cards from their own collections. His family says Reed has used them to host a trading party at school, giving each kid in his class a bag stuffed with 60 cards to call their own. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
It's one of those things where initially you're grateful, and then it's like, okay, we got enough cards.
We're good now.
Yes, now he's just giving them out. That's awesome. 7:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, John Mercure here for Mend Studios. You deserve to feel better. You deserve to feel healthy. You deserve to feel great about yourself. Mend Studios has a long-term wellness as the goal. That's how they're going to do it. That's how they're going to take care of you. I know and trust the therapists at Mend Studio. They customize every single treatment, and they've got multiple locations. They're in Mequon and Brookfield, both convenient, both easy to get to. Start at the website, mendstudio.com. I never feel better than I do after a session at Mend. Mendstudio.com.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Abbey Home. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact NX Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at nxwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Time saver traffic here at 7:10.
All right, a little bit of a backup on eastbound 94 right past Barker Road. You're back on the brakes from 76th Street past 68th. The westbound side of 94, a little tight right through the stadium interchange. Other than that, we're really not seeing too many issues out there. A couple broken down vehicles here and there, but they're all out of traffic. So I'm not seeing anything else to affect your ride. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. We go from a partly to a mostly cloudy sky at times today. Temperatures topping out in the lower 40s. We'll look for a mix of cloud cover and some clearing tonight as lows dip to around 30 degrees. The sunshine, though, is back for our Friday. Those south and westerly winds actually ramp up. Breezy conditions. That leads to more mild temperatures with highs in the upper 50s to near 60 degrees at the state line.
Milwaukee right now at 16.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
Wisconsin hosts the vice president today.
Happening today.
So Vice President J.D. Vance will visit a manufacturing facility in Plover. So he's going to deliver remarks following the State of the Union, which was Tuesday. He's going to hit some other areas as well, but Plover is his stop here in Wisconsin. That central part of the state, Stevens Point area. Why is he going there? Well, you would assume it's to help beef up support for Congressman Derek Van Orden, who's running for re-election, and that's a congressional spot that can be tight. He's being challenged, so that's
Democrats
part of this.
think they can win that one.
Rebecca
it's
Cook,
a flippable seat, is what they say.
Rebecca Cook has run before. Those two have been pretty close before in a race, so it's one that's potentially flippable. So that might be part of the reason why the VP is there today.
And bang for your buck, it abuts up against or is close to geographically to the northern Wisconsin district.
Yep.
So there's that race there where Tom Tiffany is vacating his seat. He's running for governor, of course.
Hey, did you happen to look at the numbers from the law school poll? So Marquette had its law school poll come out on Wednesday. They always drop it Wednesday around the noon hour. Race for governor was interesting. There's a lot of candidates who had very little polling this far. We're far away from the actual election in November, but it seems like I think Hong, she had the highest. She was at 11%. Barnes at 10%, and then on down from there.
But here's my takeaway, whether you're talking about that or the state Supreme Court race, which
is
coming up soon, right? That's an April election, is nobody's paying attention to any of this stuff. I think in both races, wasn't it some 2/3 undecided?
Yeah.
There are different types of undecideds. There are those who, particularly when you're looking at the gubernatorial race, you're like, well, yes, I may choose one of these Democrats, for example, but I'd like to know more about all of them, versus someone who's like, hadn't even thought about this. And I think there's a lot of, as it relates to the state Supreme Court race, a lot of hadn't even thought about this.
You know what? And I think that's by choice. Right. Given the way things are now, I think a lot more people have been turned off by the process and just don't want anything to do with it. So they wouldn't know who any of the candidates are because they're not interested in that.
I think, where are the ads? There's some out there in Supreme Court, but that is coming up quickly. See them from time to time.
Yeah,
but when you get up into a tight race, it's like when you turn on your TV, you almost don't want to watch TV if you don't like political ads,
right?
Because every single break, every single station, it's back to back, bing. This person's the devil. That person's the devil, right?
Right.
And it wears people out, but
yes.
Haven't quite gotten to that fever pitch at this point. 7:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News. So many emails coming in. This trip will sell out. Vince Vitrano here. Vinny's European vacation. Would love to have you join us in October, traveling to southern Italy and Sicily with WTMJ and Colette Vacations. Our tour begins in Palermo, Sicily. Happens to be where my dad's family is from. He's coming on the trip as well. Agrigento, Sorrento, Amalfi Coast, Positano, Pompeii, and we end in Rome. Nothing you need to do except sign up and show up, as my team at Colette has thought of and taken care of everything. I'll send you a brochure with a breakdown of each day on the trip, all the sites, sign-up information, and even your all-in cost and options. Email me, vince@WTMJ.com. That's vince@WTMJ.com. We've got a special get-together here at the station coming up as well. You can meet me, talk with all the folks at Colette. That's coming up on March 24th. Let me show you the world. At WTMJ.com, Southern Italy and Sicily this fall.
Buy one pizza today, get a second pizza free at the Amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford and in Oshkosh. Don't cook, don't even think about it. You don't need to clean up either. Call, order, and pick up shortly, or just walk in for your free Thursday pizza, mineshaftrestaurant.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Milwaukee Bucks are rolling, winners of 8 of 10 now. Following the back-and-forth affair against the Cleveland Cavaliers at Fiserv Forum, Bucks up by double digits, but let the Cavs back into it late. So 20 seconds left. Tie game. Kevin Porter Jr. with the ball.
PJ into the paint. A step-back jumper is good with 20.2 on the clock.
I don't know if that was a good shot, but it went through, Justin.
It went in. That's all that matters, Justin and Gabe Neitzel.
It was a
with the
good
call.
shot.
Cavs would have one more shot at it, though. Seconds left. Here it is.
Schroeder beats him, gets to the paint, can't finish, and the Bucks can't get the rebound. Jarrett Allen gets the shot off. And we are tied is the ruling. The ruling, he got it off before the clock expired.
I think he did too.
It looked like, yeah.
Oh, no, it's still in his hand.
You can hear the crowd. Like,
Yeah.
They must have seen the replay at the same time.
Yep, they saw it on the big screen. Nope, no overtime. The Bucks hang on to win 118 to 116. Ryan Rollins.
Luckily, we got saved by the bell. That's good. So we got a dub. We got to keep it rolling.
Yes, sir. Up next, the Knicks tomorrow night.
Spring training, more important for some guys than others. Count players coming back from injury in the former group. Now, imagine how good our Brewers are going to be if we can get Garrett Mitchell through the season healthy. WTMJ's Dom Catronio reports from Arizona.
The last time Garrett Mitchell was on a big league field, the Brewers had not yet traded for Andrew Vaughn. Quinn Priester had only made 3 starts as a Brewer, and they were under 500 on a 3-game losing streak in April. Fast forward to Wednesday, and Garrett is finally healthy once again and trying to check all of the boxes.
Getting the all clear like 3 weeks ago or almost 4 weeks ago was the finally I can breathe. Like I got through what I needed to. Like go ahead and go play now. Like you have no restrictions.
Garrett initially went on the injured list on April 26th with a left oblique strain. But while on his rehab assignment in AAA Nashville, he jammed his surgically repaired right shoulder and needed another procedure to clean up the damage. And in his return to the field on Wednesday, he finally had another similar play, a pickoff play to first, that finally felt normal.
I was looking to, 1, look to steal, but 2, was looking for them to come over at least once. So, and it felt actually fantastic. Didn't feel anything. So I looked at the jersey, like it's actually pretty like parallel. So like usually when I dive, it's mostly on my right. So that was actually probably a pretty even slide. So I got down on both.
A former first rounder out of UCLA, Mitchell is looking forward to maybe finally putting together that healthy season.
Today it was just a blessing to be back out there and playing, and I felt good. Felt like I had good presence in the box today. Took some aggressive swings and had a good quality at bat. So felt like I pretty much checked everything off besides getting a fly ball today. So that was nice.
Live from Phoenix, I'm Dominic Catronio, WTMJ.
Brewers did beat the Giants 13-12 on Tuesday. We've got the Rangers this afternoon, and then our next broadcast here on WTMJ is tomorrow.
College basketball, UWM beats Youngstown State in the final regular season game of the year, 76-65. They finished over 500, 8-6 at home, 12-19 overall. So they're going to be the 8 or 9 seed in the tournament, conference tournament next week on Wednesday.
Badgers up and down season continues. Just lost to an 11-17 team on the road, albeit 85-71 was the final. Oregon over Wisconsin. Badger sports updates are sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Get ready for a big savings haul. Fleet Farm's having another bucket sale. Just pick up a 5-gallon bucket for $3.99 anytime this Monday through Sunday and save 15% on any qualifying items that fit inside. Need paint supplies? New power tools. If you can fit them, you can get them for 15% off. So make your bucket list and head into Fleet Farm's bucket sale, February 23rd through March 1st. And check out all the deals in our weekly ad at fleetfarm.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
We'd love to have you come out bowling for us. We are doing a fundraiser. It's called Bowling for Babies here at WTMJ. It's presented by Gruber Law Offices. It's coming up on Saturday, March 7th. We'll be at Village Bowl in Menominee Falls. A bunch of us here at the station are going to be out there. I'll be there with you. We're raising money for Milwaukee Diaper Mission, but we're also going to bowl for some great prizes together. So we need you to put together a team of 4 and hit the lanes with us. Registration is $170, but there are great prizes, including tickets to major sporting events, the Tundra Trio as well, if you're before the Green Bay game. All sorts of stuff is available for our winning teams. Text the word BABY to the WTMJ Talk and Text line. That's 855-616-1620 to sign up. Bowling for Babies and helping families in need.
Experience the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club's Friday all-you-care-to-eat Lenten fish fry, one of the best. It's delicious. The magnificent Sunday brunch is all you care to eat. Kids and grandkids under 3 eat for free. Google, call, reserve today. The Fox and Hounds.
Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm Libby Collins. This week on WTMJ Conversations, we talk with entrepreneur and the author of Mama Cow, Lisa Kraber. She tells us why she became a single mother not once but twice, and also why she decided to carry another couple's child. Plus, there's that thing about the party.
You'd pick your winning minnow and you'd go up against a few friends and see which one got to the egg first.
WTMJ Conversations, Sunday mornings at 11 on WTMJ.
Time saver traffic with Debbie here at 722.
Looking pretty good out on the roads right now. We do have westbound 94 with a little bit of a backup heading through the stadium interchange to about 35th Street. Eastbound is backing up a bit from 76th Street past 68th. A little bit of a buildup on the bypass as well, heading westbound towards Loomis. But at this point, we're moving along pretty well for the rest of the system. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Forecast sponsored by Dave Drake Camp Heating. Partly to mostly cloudy today, a high of 41. Tonight, a low of 31. Now, Friday looks to be the day. Sunny, breezy, mild, a high of 58 on Friday. Then things cool back down Saturday with a high of 32.
At 723 now, an international incident involving Cuba, a firefight in open water and, depending on how you measure it, inside 100 miles from the U.S. Florida coast.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
This morning, 6 people who are on an American-registered boat are detained in Cuba, 4 people dead. More on that in a moment. First, on another international front, talks set to resume today between the U.S. and Iran, where President Trump is threatening another military action. Negotiators, including President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. The U.S. wants Tehran to halt its enrichment of uranium, which is a key step to building a nuclear bomb, and curtail or stop its production of long-range missiles. We know President Trump, in negotiating, is big on leverage. His leverage is a massive military buildup in the region. ABC's Ian Pannell.
The force that has been amassed here looks like a force for war. It's a very expensive negotiating tool to have this much firepower, this many resources focused on one single region. There is clear threat there that if the negotiations don't go as planned, then the president may resort to military action.
Meeting with Iran's foreign minister, these talks being mediated by Oman. They're taking place in Geneva, Switzerland today. Back to the boat in Cuba.
We don't know all the facts. We don't know who fired the first shot, although the Cubans have factually stated that the vessel did. We don't know who was on the vessel. We don't know what they were doing.
That's Fulton Armstrong, former CIA lead for Latin America, on everything we don't know.
Right.
And much of what we know we're getting from the Cubans. So here's what we do know. 4 people dead, 6 others detained there in Cuba after a U.S.-registered boat engaged in some sort of firefight off the coast. They were in Cuban waters. ABC's Andrea Fujii.
The Cuban government says 10 passengers on the boat, including the 6 that survived and are being detained, were Cuban residents of the United States.
Una infiltración con fines terroristas.
Cuban officials say the men were armed and were trying to carry out an infiltration for terrorist purposes. U.S. law enforcement confirms the American boat was stolen from the Florida Keys and is registered to a Miami man born in Cuba. Cuban officials say the U.S. boat violated territorial waters, approaching within 1 nautical mile of the El Pino Channel.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is himself a Cuban American, says diplomats at the U.S. Embassy in Havana are still working to gain access to those detainees, get their side of the story, check on their welfare. Putting aside all we don't know, what could this be about? Former State Department official and ABC News contributor Steve Ganyard.
There's been decades-long fast boat trade where people have paid a lot of money to have these fast boats, these cigarette boats and high-speed boats, go down to Cuba and pull their loved ones offshore.
So no confirmation that that's what it is, but the suggestion that was this boat there to remove people from the island, get them into the States. Is there some sort of exchange of goods that may have been part of that?
Which isn't unprecedented.
In fact, right, to Ganyard's point, that's been going on for decades.
Right.
Because look at the larger context. You go back to the rise of Fidel Castro. You can go to Bay of Pigs, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the embargo. You can go back to the Spanish-American War if you want to. Turn to last century, right, for the larger picture of U.S. relations with and concerns over that island nation. Present day,
Cuba is currently facing an energy crisis because of a U.S.-imposed oil blockade. It was almost exactly 30 years ago when Cuban fighter jets shot down 2 planes carrying Americans trying to help refugees flee Cuba. 4 were killed. Victims' families are still seeking justice.
and if you listen to any analysts looking at the larger question about Cuba and its future, that a lot of that foreign policy is being driven by Cuban-American Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that he is deeply concerned about the possibility that there may be for regime change there, but the U.S. treading carefully, not wanting to directly do that, not wanting a Venezuela-style intervention, but also with this oil embargo, can you create conditions in Cuba that at some point become so untenable for the people of that country
Gives
to
you
then
some
rise
leverage.
up and do that. But before that, a lot of pain to the Cuban people who are trying to figure out how, like, they're in an energy crisis because of this oil embargo. And it's hard for them to get goods of any kind. They don't produce a lot of stuff there. So how uncomfortable do they have to be before that could motivate some change that the U.S. would be interested in? So this morning, still trying to identify who was on that American registered boat as well and what their intentions were. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 307 points in trading on Wednesday. The NASDAQ was up 288, more than 1.25%, and the S&P 500 up as well, about 56 points to 69.46. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Have you ever thought about what makes Wisconsin great? I mean the things that really make it great. It's, of course, the people, and that's very true. It's also the places. It's the experiences. It's the downtowns and the food. It's the awesome places we have to stay. On Experience Wisconsin, each week we dive into all of that, giving you a roadmap for the cool things to do in our state. On this week's show, it is Lake Geneva that we check out, and we'll talk to the Travel Secretary, Ann Sayers. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 on WTMJ.
This is former Wisconsin Attorney General J.B. Van Hollen with a message for my fellow conservatives about online sports betting. Online sports betting is fun. It protects kids against illegal gambling websites, and it generates billions in tax revenue. But today, Madison politicians are considering a secret deal that could give exclusive control of sports betting to one Indian tribe. One Indian tribe making the majority of all the revenue? Our Constitution requires a vote of the people on expanded sports betting, but Madison insiders want secrecy. What's worse, their plan could leave Governor Evers the sole power to negotiate with the tribes. Madison politicians want to bypass our state constitution, and it could mean less accountability with control concentrated with one Indian tribe. Tell Madison, no secret deal on online sports betting. Paid for by Sports Betting Alliance.
It's WTMJ's Julia Fellow for Sweet Talks Medical Spa in Menominee Falls. If you're looking for expert care without that cold clinical vibe, Sweet Talks is where beauty, wellness, and self-confidence comes together in such a fun, welcoming space. Sweet Talks offers injectables, advanced skin treatments, even wellness services like weight loss or hormone optimization. Sweet Talks provides a comprehensive consultation designed just for you. Learn more at sweettalks.com.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. More testimony about Jeffrey Epstein today. The House Oversight Committee on the road, getting ready to hear from Bill and Hillary Clinton. The former First Lady and Secretary of State faces a deposition today, while the former president will be deposed tomorrow. both taking place in Chappaqua, New York. ABC's Rachel Scott is there.
Neither Bill Clinton nor President Trump have been accused of any wrongdoing by any of Epstein's victims, and both do deny any knowledge of his crimes. As it is important to note here that just months ago we heard from the president's own chief of staff saying that the president was wrong to suggest that there was any incriminating evidence about Bill Clinton and the Epstein files.
Still a lot of questions around a gun battle in the waters just off Cuba. 4 people were killed and at least 6 others hurt, all on a boat registered in Florida. Cuban officials say the people on the boat were trying to infiltrate the company. The U.S. and Iran taking a break in the latest round of talks in Geneva over the nuclear program. This is ABC News.
Well, we got delays eastbound 94 from 84th Street heading past 68th, westbound backing up from 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Got a little bit of building volume northbound 4394 coming up from Howard Avenue towards Oklahoma Avenue, and again, just getting onto the high-rise bridge from Beecher Street. Beyond that, though, heading through the Marquette, we're looking good all the way onto 43 northbound. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, partly to mostly cloudy skies today and a high of 41 degrees. Tonight's low 31. Looking at a high of 58 tomorrow. Right now it's 17. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a Wisconsin State Representative Sylvia Ortiz-Velez is now been charged with disorderly conduct. There's an alleged confrontation with another member, another Democrat in the state assembly.
Prosecutors say Ortiz-Velez was upset that another unnamed legislator did not include her in the drafting of a resolution honoring Latino veterans. According to Capitol Police, Ortiz-Velez then threatened to contact the press and tell them the other legislator was engaging in, quote, inappropriate personal actions. Prosecutors say this was outside the bounds of free speech and political rhetoric. In September, Ortiz-Velez allegedly made a comment about shooting 3 members of the assembly she's had personal disagreements with. John Mercure, WTMJ News.
A state Senate Special Oversight Committee is looking into the Wisconsin Department of Justice and its use of special prosecutors.
Hours of testimony from Attorney General Josh Kaul centered on the DOJ's use of legal fellows from New York University. Republicans claim those attorneys have an agenda and influence the department's decisions on environmental cases. State Senator Mary Felskowski.
And this committee is going to review testimony, and we're going to look at what should we change statutorily, if we need to change anything.
Kaul says his office did nothing wrong, and the fellows allowed the DOJ to do more work.
I think it is clear from what we have seen so far that report is going to be partisan, slanted, and cannot be taken seriously.
Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Final report from the committee is due in April.
Lawmakers are reintroducing a bill that would establish nurse-to-patient ratios for hospitals in Wisconsin. It would mandate hospital staffing committees to set limits. For example, ICU nurses could not be assigned more than 2 patients. Wisconsin Federation of Nurses President Connie Smith.
Nurses across the state are carrying impossible workloads. Patients are sicker, needs are higher, and staffing is thinner than ever.
Supporters say the plan would improve health outcomes for patients and could help ease the nursing shortage. Similar bill failed to pass the state legislature 2 years ago.
Coming up, firefighters versus cops, and everybody wins. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:34. News brought to you by J&J Contractors. Visit jjcontractorsllc.com.
Dreaming of a home renovation? J&J Contractors has been turning houses into dreams for over 40 years. From stunning kitchens and luxurious bathrooms to finished lower levels, they handle complete renovations that elevate your space. And don't forget about the outside. J&J Contractors specialize in roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Schedule your free consultation today. Just Google J&J Contractors or call 414-423-9200. J&J Contractors. Welcome home.
Traffic is sponsored by Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center in Waukesha. Whatever the weather, visit WisconsinIndoorGolfCenter.com. Another 2-man scramble tournament is underway at Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center. Play the legendary TPC Scottsdale on their spacious, state-of-the-art simulators. Sign up now to win cash prizes. Must play in February.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
AccuNet Mortgage is an equal housing lender.
or NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wickert with my son David, president of Accunet. David, we're pre-approving a lot of home shoppers this time of year. Why should someone choose Accunet for their pre-approval?
Dad, getting pre-approved with just any lender is like showing up to a first date in sweatpants. Sure, you're there, but are you really ready to impress? Our rock-solid pre-approval is like showing up in your best outfit with reservations already made. We also have an excellent reputation among real estate agents, so having Accunet's name on your pre-approval can make the difference.
What else?
In addition to clearly stating we verified your credit, income, and down payment, we'll also run the specific home you're looking to buy through our underwriting software to see if we can approve your loan without an appraisal, which sellers and their agents absolutely love. Bottom line, we do everything possible to help you win.
Thanks, David. Don't settle for anything less. Get started with your rock-solid pre-approval by clicking on the blue button today at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:37.
Bryce Terang having himself a couple of good days at spring training, but will soon be leaving camp. Sports at 7:45. You know, cops and firefighters have a friendly rivalry. Maybe sometimes it's less than friendly.
Sure,
Some
yes.
take it more seriously than others. Well, they're going to put that rivalry to good use here in Milwaukee.
The Milwaukee Police Department and Milwaukee Fire Department are teaming up for the Battle of the Badges blood drive. Vice President and Chief Quality Officer for Versity, Jessica Driard, tells WTMJ.
We're proud to supply blood for pre-hospital transfusion on our fire trucks and on our EMS trucks here in the city. And so we're really excited to see those two teams come together to try to help, again, increase blood donation. And it's been a really friendly competition between the two departments.
Versity's goal is to impact around 120 lives during the Battle of the Badges blood drive. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
News is sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk. That's heard Saturdays at 10 right here on WTMJ.
Coming up, it's the viral video that everyone
What are you working on
assumes-
over there? Eric and Greg Pancake Hill, producer of the program, have been collaborating on something that has
This
caught your
is
attention.
an automatic AI assumption video. You know the ones where you watch it, you're like, nope, that's
fake.
AI.
Yep.
That's not real. This is automatically an AI story, but it's not. The video is real.
Truly financially comfortable? Schwab recently asked Americans that question. Most said at least $2 million. But everyone's vision is different. Maybe it's traveling, retiring early, leaving a legacy, or knowing your family is covered. That's why one-size-fits-all solutions aren't enough. Your goals are unique, and your financial strategy should be too. At Annex Wealth Management, the first step is listening, not pitching. Annex works with you to build a personalized roadmap based on your values and objectives. Past performance isn't a guarantee of future results. Annex Wealth Management offers guidance and financial planning at every level, no matter how simple or complex your portfolio may be. Maybe you've been doing things yourself for years. What if a team of experienced professionals took a second look to help you discover new options? If you've been wondering how to feel more financially confident about your family or your business, click the Get Started button at annexwealth.com. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
Prediction, it's going to start to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow's high, 58 degrees. We'll be warming up. Vince Vitrano here for the Bugman and Queen Bee. And you're going to start to see the bugs that have spent the winter nesting in your home. They're going to start to come out. You'll see them on the counter and the sink and the baseboards. Super gross. Sorry. But let's get that taken care of. You can support a local, veteran-owned and operated business. It's Adam over there. He's the Bugman, and it's his family business. He'll come out and do an indoor creepy crawly eliminator service that will take care of the bugs that are already inside. And looking ahead to spring, you can book that exterior treatment that'll keep them from coming back in. Support local. Support our veterans. Keep your home bug-free. And tell Julie over there when you call that Vinny sent you. BugmanQueenBee.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Debbie, a story coming up. I'm going to give you a tease.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to play the first line of the story. Are you ready?
Okay.
A seagull has undergone CPR on a soccer field in Turkey.
Wow.
Okay, well, you have my attention. I think I'm going to have to stick around.
Okay. Tried to give it
Don't
buffed
leave
him
your
up. But it
car
was
or
very
go brush. Yeah, don't go brush your teeth right now because you better stick close to the radio.
Alrighty. Northbound 4394, just north of National Avenue. We do have a crash. It is off on the right shoulder. Volume's definitely picking up. We got delays from the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue to the KK River crossing, and then more delays from Lincoln up towards the high-rise bridge. So keep that in mind. Eastbound 94, we got backups from 84th Street almost to Hawley Road, and a little bit more coming out at the Stadium interchange. Westbound's backed up from about 30th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4 meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. We go from a partly to a mostly cloudy sky at times today. Temperatures topping out in the lower 40s. We'll look for a mix of cloud cover and some clearing tonight as lows dip to around 30 degrees. The sunshine, though, is back for our Friday. Those south and westerly winds actually ramp up. Breezy conditions. That leads to more mild temperatures with highs in the upper 50s to near 60 degrees at the state line.
Milwaukee right now, it's 16.
When you see the video, it's immediately okay, that's not real.
Fake.
Right? It looks fake from start to finish. But no, this story out of Turkey is legit.
A seagull has undergone CPR on a soccer field in Turkey. The team captain ran in for the save during an amateur league final after the goalkeeper cleared a ball that hit the bird hard, sending it plunging to the turf. When he saw the goal was unresponsive, the captain, Gani Katan, administered chest compressions and revived the tiny flyer before scooping it up, cradling it to the touchline, and handing it off for veterinary care. The team lost out on the championship, but Katan says saving a life is a good thing, too. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
So what makes it not look real, and Greg just threw it up on the YouTube. You can see it there on our YouTube page. What makes it look fake is that they immediately rush to the aid of this bird. The guy immediately starts doing chest compressions, cradles the bird's head to the side a little bit. Its little feet are flopping up in the air.
When the bird plummets to the pitch, his legs are right up, straight up in the air. Little web feet.
And he starts doing CPR. All the other players come walking around toward it. There's some taking a knee as he's busy doing the CPR.
It looks like they're around an injured player. It really does. The guys gather around. One guy does the motion who are you calling for? The trainer?
Gotta bring the stretcher out, Vince.
Right, yeah. Go get the cart.
And then when he picks it up to take it off the pitch, everyone claps. It's when you see the kid walk off the field after he gets hurt. Oh, yeah, everyone's clapping for the bird, which I guess sounds like the seagull is okay.
So a note to all the seagulls around here. Everybody, to Turkey. Let's go.
Yes, I think this is everyday hero material.
No. That is typically reserved for someone who saves
saving a life. Any life.
At least a pet. It's just a random gull.
The gull is alive because of this guy. He had no idea when he woke up that morning he'd be saving a life, and he did.
The gull's in the concussion protocol still, though. Questionable for next week.
Hey,
Wisconsin anglers, this Saturday head to MW Marine for a free fishing seminar. No reservation needed. Meet Warren Zarin from the Mercury Lund Pro Team and learn West Coast bass techniques that flat out work in Wisconsin. Pick up tips you can use right away. And while you're there, check out the boats and get ready for your best season yet. This Saturday at MW Marine. Free, fun, and you're invited.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Milwaukee Weight Loss. Valentine's month, Milwaukee Weight Loss is sharing the love with $300 off during their Valentine's sale now through February 28th. It's the perfect time to fall in love with the results-getting Milwaukee Weight Loss program. Now, I'm not just saying that. I'm telling you, I'm getting results. Join me on this journey as we try and lose weight and get healthier for 2026. They know the secret to losing a pound of fat every day with no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no counting points or calories, no drugs or no surgery, and no injections with the risk of serious side effects. Show yourself some love with $300 off, but you gotta hurry. The Valentine's sale ends February 28th. Lots of patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. I'm already down about 15 pounds. Call now for your free consultation, 262-449-1180. That's 262-449-1180, or visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
What a ball game at Fiserv Forum. A back and forth affair, Bucks and Cavaliers. So the Bucks are up 2. Just seconds to go. Cavs have the ball. Now listen to the call here from Justin Garcia and Gabe Neitzel.
Schroeder beats him, gets to the paint, can't finish, and the Bucks can't get the rebound. Jared Allen gets the shot off, and we are tied is the ruling. The ruling, he got it off before the clock expired.
I think he did too.
It looked like, yeah.
Oh, no, it's still in his hand.
Hey.
I thought he got it off in time, in real time, but the replay clearly shows the ball still in Jared Allen's hand.
Yes, so Allen still had the ball in his hand when the alarm went off. The buzzer shot, so that meant the shot does not count. Bucks win, 118-116. Kevin Porter Jr. on those final seconds.
After the first miss, I was looking dead at the shot clock like, please go out, please go out. And he got it up, but I seen that the clock went out before, so I was confident that he didn't, but that was a good shot.
KPG, by the way, would have 20. So Porter Jr. with 20, Ryan Rollins 18. The Bucks have now won 8 of 10. Up next, the Knicks tomorrow night.
Brewers play the Rangers this afternoon at spring training, coming off their second straight win in games that don't count, at least not as far as the score is concerned. But they count for players who are trying to get on track, and you could say infielder Bryce Terang is on track. WTMJ's Dom Catronio reports from Arizona.
Nobody tell Bryce Terang it's only February.
First pitch to Terang is a fly ball to center. This ball's hit well. Gilbert's back, track, wall, bye-bye baseball. A grand slam over the batter's eye in center for Bryce Terang.
The grand slam, the second of 2 homers for Bryce's day as he prepares to join Team USA in the World Baseball Classic.
I'm just excited to go play, man. Swing feels good, and you know we got a couple games left before we all head out, and I'm really excited for that, for sure.
Just on Tuesday, Terang had a 14-pitch walk, indicating to his manager he was as locked in as ever.
There's no such thing as, don't waste your hits now. Just have good approach and see whatever the game gives you and meet it halfway.
I've been coming into spring training basically ready to go, except for like the live at-bats, which you get here. So once you get them every day and you start getting used to it again, and you find your timing, and you might have to make a little bit of an adjustment.
Live from Phoenix, I'm Dominic Catronio, WTMJ.
Our next spring training broadcast is tomorrow afternoon. That's a 2:10 first pitch.
College basketball, UWM, its final regular season game of the year, Youngstown State. Panthers win 76-65, so they'll either be the 8 or 9 seed in the conference tournament, which starts next week. The Panthers will play on Wednesday.
In fairness, the night had to get long for Wisconsin on the West Coast. We tipped off at 10 p.m. against Oregon, our time. The Badgers lost steam, though, in the second half, dropped a game they shouldn't have. Badgers fall to the 11-17 Ducks in Eugene, 85-71. Badgers sports updates are sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Well, our homes need to be ready for just about anything in Wisconsin year-round. That's why Pella focuses on quality and durability in everything they do. The right windows and doors can vastly improve your home's comfort, efficiency, and overall style. And with Pella, you'll get expert recommendations designed around your home, your needs, and your budget. Don't miss out on 0% financing for up to 4 years. It ends on February 28th. Visit PellaWI.com today.
America is kept safe because the Army National Guard responds, protects, and supports our nation when it needs them most. The Army National Guard responds to disasters such as wildfires and floods. They protect us with missile defense, cybersecurity, and civilian support teams for chemical, biological, and radiological hazards. Be there for your community and your country. Visit NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard. Aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Time saver traffic with Debbie at 7:51.
Still dealing with a crash on northbound 4394 right at the base of the high-rise bridge. It is off on the right shoulder, so keep that in mind. We do have delays coming out of the Mitchell interchange around the Plainfield curve past Oklahoma, and then you're back on the brakes from Lincoln up to the accident scene. Westbound 94 slowing down just west of 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Couple more taps on the brakes as you're making your way into Waukesha County. We've got eastbound 94 backing up a bit from just before 84th Street almost to Hawley Road. And then on Highway 100 southbound, right about at the ramp to go westbound on 94, we've got a crash. They may have to close off some lanes. Now, again, it's not on the freeway. It's on Highway 100. Just keep that in mind. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Dave Drake Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. 41 the high today, 58 under mostly sunny skies tomorrow. Temperatures falling over the weekend, then high 32 Saturday, Sunday's high 26. Right now it's 17.
Idea Man.
Remember back to hearing stories from your parents about walking uphill both ways to school and how much better it was. And then you think, well, that's just what old people do. And then you become the old person.
Innovator.
I was kind of the king of Mario Kart back in the mid-2000s.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
Now my kids got it, and it's on a different system. And I stink.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Using the tools you have on the sidelines or up in the booth to make sure you call the right play. Tausch, going to play something for you. This is a quick bite. It's Rome Odunze, who's a receiver for the Chicago Bears. He's on the Down to Business podcast, and it's a quick bite, but he was asked about artificial intelligence and whether or not coaches will start to use this ability on the sidelines to call plays, because you could essentially type in all of the information. It could learn what's happening each play. It would know all the conditions. It would know who's on the field, and could it give you a better play? And listen to what Rome Odunze says would happen.
Nah, first team to have AI calling plays is gonna win the Super Bowl or something.
Or something.
He says the first team that gets that figured out is gonna win the Super Bowl.
Well, just like I think our industry and every industry that is, going, everybody is trying to figure out how can we incorporate and how can we utilize this in a meaningful way that's going to help productivity. And the NFL, obviously, they've been doing analytics, or the sports world has been in the analytical world for a while, and now obviously this is ramping things up. But I guess the question to that would be, if your offense is doing it, why wouldn't the opposing defense do it? And then whose AI is better, who can execute? And this still is going to come down to, we got to go for it on fourth down. Well, that's what the numbers say, right? That's the analytics. Well, yeah, you punch all this stuff in, but the game of football is still always going to be human. Well, I shouldn't say always, because I don't know what the future is going to hold, but human beings. And can you block the nose tackle? Can you cover the wide receiver? Because all of this stuff is based on, that you can execute what is being done. So while Rome there's no doubt it's going to be in play. There's still a lot of variables that the human portion of this is going to be much more important than any of the other things. But it is a fascinating, it's going to be a fascinating watch as this thing continues to unfold.
Well, we've seen that play out to a lesser degree, Tausch, with analytics, right? The teams that, well, the analytics say on fourth and whatever, we always go for it. So I'm just going to always go for it. But what we've seen where teams get tripped up sometimes is the larger game situation or the momentum or a coach looking over and saying, you know, Tausch is due. He's having a big day. I have confidence in him making this play. You know, like we've seen that, no?
But I feel like what makes this different than analytics is the AI would say, you got to run this play here, blah, 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 and it would give you the full readout of the play that should run at this point with that defense at this moment.
Eric, I get what you're saying, but then why, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I also am going to know that plays are called, and then I can adjust to it. So, I mean, listen, I understand like that all of this stuff is going to continue to ramp up, and you're going to get, well, they're going to run cover 2 here. So then this is our cover 2 beater. We're going to win. Well, yeah, but then we'll say on the flip side of it, hey, they're going to be expecting cover 2 here. We then need to do this in order to take that away. And so I don't want this. And what I definitely don't want in sports is to take the human element out of it. That's why we love it. And all of the other stuff, because just take a look at the women's gold medal match. Well, we know that she is going to do a arm over and then go backside and flip it up. Well, then the goalie would know that. You know what I'm saying? And there's still always going to be that live element, at least we hope. And if it's not, I don't think sports is going to be as intriguing. So that there's going to continue to ramp up. Everybody is going to continue to utilize it. But I do think sports, there's going to be a point where it is still going to come down to, can I make a shot? Can we make the throw? Can you make the block? And all of the other stuff is still going to be secondary. And if that's not the case, I just don't think sports is going to be as intriguing.
We'll scheme aggressively, adapt to any opponent, and be prepared for any situation.
And run cover 2. We make sure you find a way to get Christian Watson the football here.
We'll build the defense around our talented players, maximizing their strengths and pushing them to reach their full potential.
Oh boy.
Yes, I don't want that post game. We got out coached today.
What the hell's going on out here?
That's on me. I have to do better.
No, don't do AI Vince Lombardi, man. We can't have AI Vince Lombardi. What are we doing here?
We will field a unit that lives up to the legendary tradition of the Green Bay Packers.
Well, unfortunately, boys, all of these press conferences, whether they're at the combine or after games, they do sound way too much like that.
It's not that far away from
all of the plays and everything else, I hope doesn't happen. This is already here. So I don't know if the AI part with the PR and everything else, that's already in play.
I like the guys we have in our locker room right now.
Oh, God.
But most importantly, we'll play with heart, with passion, and with an unwavering commitment to winning every single snap.
Business Journal Report is up next. That's sponsored by the Alliance Smarter Networks. Serious
What
savings.
the hell's going on out here? These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Wisconsin Center District leaders are denying plans to demolish Miller High Life Theater following the release of a study that concluded the theater site was the most cost-effective location for a hotel. District CEO Marty Brooks said that other locations are still being considered. Generac Power Systems has settled a $206 million lawsuit related to a generator explosion. 6 construction workers said they sustained severe burns from the 2023 incident, which involved a portable generator. And Northwestern Mutual exceeded $40 billion in revenue during 2025. That's an increase from the record-breaking $38 billion in revenue it had in 2024. I'm Addison Lathers for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Tired of watching your company's healthcare costs rise 8, 9, or even double-digit percentages every year? There's a better way with The Alliance. For more than 35 years, employers have turned to The Alliance to lower their healthcare costs, improve access to high-value care, and keep their employees healthy. With powerful data and insights, The Alliance gives self-funded employers the tools to make informed decisions that help bend the medical cost trend. And it's working. Employers of all sizes and industries are seeing measurable results, from fewer unnecessary procedures and lower out-of-pocket costs to shorter recovery times and more productive, engaged workforces. The Alliance's recent partnerships with major health systems in the Midwest are giving employees even more in-network options close to home, making care more convenient and more affordable. Because when employees get the right care at the right time, everyone benefits. The Alliance. Smarter networks, serious savings. Learn more at the-alliance.org.
What's up, Milwaukee? Christian Yelich here. Big news. Isaac Slade from The Fray and Jake Owen are joining us for this year's Home Plate charity event happening May 21st, 2026 at Landmark Credit Union Live. This night is all about giving back to the city that gives us so much. We're raising support for organizations that help Milwaukee families, students, and small businesses thrive. Get ready for an amazing night of music, community, and impact. Let's make this one the best yet. For more information on tickets, please head to Yelly22concert.com.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Your trusted and relevant source for news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 8 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Thursday, February 26th. Our top story, a Milwaukee lawmaker accused of threatening colleagues.
I'm Erik Bilstad. The Clintons set to testify.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Squads are working on an accident. 4394 northbound, just at the base of the high-rise bridge off on the right shoulder. We got delays coming out of the Plainfield curve all the way up to that point, so something to keep in mind there. Westbound 94 slowing down just west of 27th Street all the way to Hawley Road. More delays between Elm Grove Road and Sunny Slope Road. We've also got a crash off the freeway system. It's on Highway 100 southbound right at the ramp to go westbound on 94. They may have to close off a lane on Highway 100 to get through that. Otherwise, eastbound 94 slowing down from 84th Street to Hawley Road. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Today's high 41 degrees. Skies will be partly to mostly cloudy. Sunshine tomorrow and a high of 58. Right now at 17. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Wisconsin State Representative Sylvia Ortiz-Velez has now been charged with disorderly conduct. She's accused of a confrontation with another Democrat in the state assembly.
Prosecutors say Ortiz-Velez was upset that another unnamed legislator did not include her in the drafting of a resolution honoring Latino veterans. According to Capitol Police, Ortiz-Velez then threatened to contact the press and tell them the other legislator was engaging in, quote, inappropriate personal actions. Prosecutors say this was outside the bounds of free speech and political rhetoric. In September, Ortiz-Velez allegedly made a comment about shooting 3 members of the assembly she's had personal disagreements with. John Merkier, WTMJ News.
2 criminal cases against former city attorney Tierman Spencer have been reassigned to Waukesha County. Now, the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel says the Milwaukee Circuit Court Judge Lena Taylor is expected to be called as a witness in one of the cases, and that could be conflict of interest, which is likely why they are moving the cases. Spencer, an associate are accused of improperly acquiring a property for $4,000 and then trying to resell them for $245,000.
Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is going to be deposed today in New York by House investigators about her associations with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Members and staff of the House Oversight Committee have traveled to Westchester County to conduct the depositions in the Clintons' adopted hometown. Hillary Clinton says she never met Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Clinton, who took 4 overseas trips on Epstein's plane, says when he learned of Epstein's crimes, he ended their association. The Clintons, who have never been accused of wrongdoing by any Epstein survivor, initially refused to testify, but they agreed when it appeared the House was likely to vote to hold them in contempt of Congress.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy, former President Bill Clinton, due to testify tomorrow.
More details this morning regarding the deadly boat attack off the coast of Cuba.
Cuba says its border guard troops approached a U.S. speedboat carrying 10 people about a mile off the north coast of the island. Cuban officials say they asked for identification, and the people on the boat started shooting, injuring a Cuban commander. Cuban troops fired back, killing at least 4 people. The other 6 injured, arrested, and taken to a hospital in Cuba for treatment.
CBS correspondent Jared Hill. Now, the Secretary of State says multiple federal agencies, including the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Embassy in Havana, are investigating and working to verify the identity of those on board that boat.
National Guard has arrived in some cities in the Northeast, still helping folks there dig out from the week's blizzard.
41 inches of snow fell in Fall River, Massachusetts, where some streets still look like ski mogul slopes.
Over 30 years, I've never seen it like this.
The snow is just too heavy. It's wet. It's gross.
National Guard Brigadier General Lisa Ahasey and her troops are helping the city.
They're shoveling fire hydrants to free up the firefighters.
National Guard troops have also arrived in Providence, Rhode Island, which got 38 inches of snow. They're helping to clear at least one lane on buried side streets. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Decision Wisconsin, a majority of voters have not yet made up their minds on who they're going to support in the upcoming race for governor.
Nearly 2/3 of Wisconsin primary voters are undecided across party lines, according to the latest Marquette University law poll. Director Charles Franklin says while numbers will change,
there does seem to be just less attention to all of the races this year, not unique to the Republican primary or the Democratic primary.
On the Democratic side, Assemblywoman Francesca Hong led the way with 11% of primary voters. Amongst Republicans, presumptive nominee Tom Tiffany tallied 35% support. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
There's a suspect in custody now for a deadly battery in West Milwaukee. 66-year-old Cheryl Jenkins died from a head injury, 44th and Mitchell, on Tuesday morning. Medical examiner's office said a family member hit her multiple times with a baseball bat. Police report they do have a 38-year-old man in custody.
Coming up, the Deer District turns to music.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:06.
Hey, the Lenten season is here. Experience the fabulous all-you-care-to-eat Friday fish fry at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club. WTMJ's John Mercure here, one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free every night. Even Saturdays. Savor your favorite steak, the twin lobster tails, the mixed grill of a filet, shrimp, and scallops, honey glazed salmon, any entree, ribs, you got it. All buy one, get one free. Desserts also buy one, get one free. Only at the famous Fox and Hounds. Unwind tonight with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, 100 wines. Enjoy in one of the 8 elegant dining rooms with 7 real wood-burning fireplaces. You're going to feel warm and welcomed and cozy. Take your family to the Fox and Hounds this week. Half of your dinners are free. Just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of the Holy Hill Shrine, serving dinner from 4 p.m. today. Dine early. Tables are open. Serving Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Google, call, and reserve your Friday haddock Lenten fish fry and free dinner. It's the famous Fox and Hounds.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:07.
Celebration of life services begin today in Chicago for civil rights activist and former presidential candidate Jesse Jackson.
We all deserve equal protection under the law.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died on February 17th at age 84, will lie in repose at Rainbow Push headquarters in Chicago through Friday. On March 2nd, services also will be held in South Carolina, where he was born. A formal service is scheduled for March 4th in Washington, D.C. A people's celebration will be held on March 6th at House of Hope in Chicago, and the following day, private homegoing services are scheduled at Rainbow Push headquarters. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News, Chicago.
Instagram will start alerting parents when their kids search for suicide or self-harm content. Starting next week, parents who use Instagram supervision tools will get a message if their teenagers repeatedly search for those terms during a short time span. Parent company Meta isn't saying how many searches will prompt an alert. Now, Meta is on trial right now in Los Angeles, accused of deliberately designing its social media platforms to make young users addicted.
Milwaukee's newest music venue, Landmark Credit Union Live, is live.
The 4,500-person capacity venue features an exclusive lounge called the Vinyl Room, chef-curated menus, custom art, and both standing and seated options for concert goers.
I think it's impressive. I think I like the space of it. I think the space is well thought out.
Attendee Jeff from Milwaukee tells WTMJ,
I sure hope it draws more bands here. I hope this one puts us on the map.
The venue will host its first touring group, alternative rock band Rainbow Kitten Surprise, this Friday, February 27th. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Some of the video and the pictures from inside, it looks super nice.
Yeah.
I know people have debated the efficacy of yet another venue, one that's similar in size to the Miller High Life Theater, to the Rave, perhaps, for those tweener acts that are bigger than the Riverside or Performing Arts Center, the Marcus Center, which is in the neighborhood of 2,000 or so seats, but not quite a Fiserv Forum.
Right.
But that said, like, it is new. Some of the amenities they're talking about, like luxury suites or VIP type seating, the bars that run the length of the thing, like they're modernized. So it's not like it's exactly the same. And again, I know folks have been critical who are like, well, we don't need another thing. Well, okay, then is it incumbent upon the new developers to say they don't want a newer one, a nicer one to book these acts? Or is it incumbent upon some of our old mainstays to up their game?
Good questions.
And I agree that there may not be a path for all of these venues to remain viable. But then if you're the new one that wants to come in and think you have a sustainable model, do you have to say, like, well, I guess we won't do that because we already have other ones that are, quote unquote, good enough? I don't know. I don't take a side on that, but just there is that other side of the coin of, like, this place looks really different. It looks super nice. And if you have the means to have a Luxo suite or something like that, and these guys can make a go of it, they're going to do it.
And generally, a fan will go to see the band they like the most, right?
There is that. We'll go see them wherever.
Right.
I mean, you and I drove to Green Bay to see the Black Crowes, and you didn't even much care for the Black Crowes. That was a favorite to me, and I appreciate it.
I enjoy the Black Crowes.
And I appreciated it. 8:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Parents can expect to use 2,500 to 3,000 diapers in a baby's first year. The Milwaukee Diaper Mission has distributed over 1.4 million diapers and other supplies for families just last year alone. This is WTMJ's Kristen Bry. Join me for WTMJ Cares Bowling for Babies, where we will raise funds for Milwaukee Diaper Mission. You can be part of it. Text BABY to the WTMJ Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620, to support our WTMJ Cares effort.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Forward Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
Insulating foam from USA Insulation will make your home more comfortable in every season. Vince Vitrano here. Just heard from Jeff right before the home show. He's always got a great setup there for USA Insulation. But Jeff was telling me what he really wanted to spread the word about is local homeowners that are saving a ton of money through federal government discounts and rebates. So you do a major home insulation project with Brent and the team at USA. And Brent says some local homeowners have saved thousands of dollars on the cost of their projects. Depending on the size, it can be savings up to 40%. And you can get started now. Tell Brent and Vinny sent you to USA Insulation. That's usainsulation.net.
Grab the dial and crank it up, baby, because Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee is spinning its Winning Hits collection. Over the next 3 months, you could win a share of over $1 million in prizes. On top of thousands in cash and reward play, you could win one of 3 new Ford vehicles in the grand finale drawings on March 27th. Just play with your rewards card to earn entries. Press play on the Winning Hits collection, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Time saver traffic at 8:13. Debbie.
We've got delays along eastbound 94, starting around 76th Street, past 68th. We've got northbound 4394, hitting the brakes right about at Howard Avenue, stretching all the way up to the base of the high-rise bridge, where there is an accident off on the right shoulder. Westbound 94, we've got delays from just west of 27th Street, past Hawley Road. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast. High of 41 degrees today. Skies will be partly to mostly cloudy. Tonight, low of 31. And for Friday, mostly sunny, breezy, and mild. High of 58 degrees. Right now at 21.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
8:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News. A vice presidential visit is in our future here in the Badger State. Vice President J.D. Vance traveling to north central Wisconsin this morning.
Clover.
Do we have anything that we can report on this?
It's this morning. It would appear that it's going to be in the next few hours.
And it would not appear that this is any sort of major rally or a big public event. I thought he was touring some sort of industrial plant up there.
Right. We have some non-reportable stuff about timing. This is pretty normal these days. I'd say, the last 15 years or so?
Due to security concerns, They tell us what we need to know to be in place to cover it, and us meaning the media, but they ask that some of the details not be shared.
Part of that, I think,
for security reasons.
Obviously, security reasons are a big part of it, but it's also because you don't want non-supporters showing up either.
There is that, too.
You want people that want to be there showing up, and they are invited and get tickets or whatever. And that's not unique to this administration. That's kind of how it's been, like I said, the last 15 years or so.
Well, the governor's office, even for his appearances, says, here's where he's going to be. This is not reportable until the time of the event.
Right.
And this is sort of, as I say often, the dance we dance, the agreement that, all right, we're going to give you a heads up so you can be in place to cover the news, but also for various reasons, we don't want this to be out there. Yep. And if you start to violate that, then we're going to stop doing it this way. So that's kind of why there's that agreement. But this reads like this isn't a big rally or a major public appearance.
Correct.
Beyond that it's more of a visit and photo op.
It'll be indoors. It's in Plover, which is central Wisconsin. It's in Derek Van Orden's congressional district. And, of course, he's running for re-election. So the VP stumping at a few different places, but he'll be in Wisconsin later this morning.
Well, right, and that's the district, Wisconsin's 3rd congressional.
It's potentially flippable.
Democrats have their eyes on and believe it's flippable. You also have that district abutting up against the northern Wisconsin district. Right now, Congressman Tom Tiffany, who's not running for re-election because he's running for governor. So
who's running up
gets
there?
Gets a little bit
Duffy?
of bang for his buck.
Is that the Duffy kid running up there?
Duffy's son-in-law, is that what it is?
Okay.
Former Congressman Sean Duffy, now Secretary of Transportation. I think it's his son-in-law. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's someone related to him who is running in that race on the Republican side, others as well. So that's viewed more as a more safe Republican seat. Democrats are really targeting 1st Congressional and 3rd Congressional, 1st being the seat of Brian Stile. Meanwhile, today you've got former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton set to give depositions in the continued Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Happening today.
The former secretary is today. The former president is tomorrow. On the record, even Republicans are unsure this inquiry will amount to much.
I don't think that they're going to give us any pertinent information. I mean, we have the secretary coming in and we have her husband the next day, former President Bill Clinton. I think obviously there's plenty of photo evidence of Mr. Clinton probably doing some not so nice things.
That's Congresswoman Anna Paulina, Republican, Florida, member of the House Oversight Committee that is conducting this deposition. So ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy joined us from Washington this morning. But that's not where this is happening. This show is going on the road.
This is happening in Chappaqua, New York, at the Performing Arts Center in that town where the former president and former Secretary of State live. The committee has traveled up to Westchester County, New York, to conduct the deposition. And this is happening, it's important you understand, at bipartisan insistence that Democrats and Republicans want to hear from the former president tomorrow, and they're perhaps a bit less interested in hearing from the former Secretary of State today. Hillary Clinton says she never met Jeffrey Epstein, never flew on the plane, and has very little information to offer. But nevertheless, they're interested in asking her questions, and that'll happen today. Bill Clinton took 26 separate trips on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, including 4 international trips as part of his early work in putting together the Clinton Global Initiative. But both Hillary and Bill Clinton insist that they knew nothing about what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, and once they became aware of it, they disassociated themselves and ended the relationship. Ghislaine Maxwell recently told Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, that Bill Clinton was not Epstein's friend, he was her friend. And that, according to Maxwell, Clinton flew on the plane because of her, and that Clinton saw Epstein not as a friend, but just as a rich guy with a plane. So it'll be very interesting to see and hear what Bill and Hillary Clinton have to say, we expect the depositions will be released, videotapes. Perhaps by the end of the day. We'll see. Certainly Hillary Clinton today, Bill Clinton tomorrow. It has been the practice of the committee to rather swiftly release the video of these depositions when they've taken place.
So we're curious about, would it be all or pieces that would be released?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if it's several hours, the answer's maybe. It could be snippets. We don't know. One of the reasons why the Clintons pushed back against this, and you know that they did, was that they were concerned that they would be caught up in some sort of political trap. And they argued that the former president shouldn't have to testify before a congressional committee, particularly one that wasn't, that seemed to be, in their mind, bent on scoring political points. They pointed to the fact that former President Donald Trump refused to appear when he was called by the House January 6th committee, and they said that that established a new precedent. You know that the House was really very much on the cusp of voting to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress, which could have prompted criminal proceedings. And just before that, they agreed to submit to these depositions, which are going to take place today and tomorrow.
Stephen Portnoy is live with us from Washington. Quickly, Stephen, on President Donald Trump, there's some information coming out about allegations that may have been made against him. Where are we at with that?
A very strange circumstance. The law requires the Justice Department to release all of the Epstein files. We've been talking about that for some time. NPR was the first organization to report, and others have matched it, that there are certain documents that have been expected to be released. Certainly, some of the Epstein survivors have expected they'd be released. And one of them, or a series of them, involves an interview that the FBI conducted, or a series of interviews that the FBI conducted with an individual, a woman, who claimed, apparently, that she was a victim not just of Jeffrey Epstein, but also of Donald Trump. Now, the Epstein part of that interview has been released, but not the Trump part, which raises questions as to why that is. The Justice Department said in a statement yesterday, well, if there's documents that we should release, well, we're going to look into it and we'll review it and we'll get back to you. That's the essence of what the Justice Department has said. But there are certainly questions about what exactly is going on here.
It's our conversation with ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy in Washington this morning. I will say this about one of the things that Stephen mentioned about one of the defenses that the Clintons have offered about all of the flights that the former president took on the Epstein plane. I have heard that about politicians of any party, any walk, what have you, that they know who their network of friends is who are super rich and have planes.
Oh, and they take advantage of
them? And
them?
they're tapping them for rides wherever because they either A, don't want to fly commercial, or B, don't want to pay for...
Can't afford to constantly grab jets themselves.
Right, like renting out or, doing a charter flight or all of that. So they're big donors or their friend network. It's like, you're coming down here to pick me up. We'll go on your plane. Sounds
right.
great, Mr. whoever, Madam whomever, right?
Yeah.
Just that is a thing. Tapping rich people for rides on their planes is a thing amongst many powerful people. Making no excuses for what may or may not come out at the hands of the former president in this deposition. 8:23 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Debbie, everybody looking for a ride,
Yeah.
Just want to get that good ride.
Yep. Sounds like a plan. We've got northbound on 4394 backing up right now from just Howard Avenue all the way up to the high-rise bridge where there is a break. There's an accident right there off on the right shoulder. So careful with that. Westbound 94, we've got delays from about 27th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound is also backed up from 76th Street past Hawley. We do have another broken down vehicle eastbound 894 right at Forest Home off on the right shoulder. Luckily, it's not in traffic, but that's something you want to keep an eye on as that's a pretty big area where folks are using that to get onto the freeway. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is led by the Spirit into the desert to prepare for his ministry. This Lent, how will we allow ourselves to be led? How will we use these weeks to let God transform our hearts and our lives? This is Archbishop Jeffrey Grob. When Easter arrives, may we find ourselves renewed, strengthened, and changed. God always takes the first step. This Lent, how will we respond? Join us at Mass, and let's walk this journey together.
It's easy enough for me. It's easy enough for your kids as well. You can notice, too, when they're working on their homework, they're at home, or they having trouble reading the books or seeing the Chromebook or what have you, or maybe it's things far away, or you might even notice it during their sports. They are struggling with their vision. Vince Vitrano for Shopko Optical, and having your kids' vision checked should really be part of an annual routine for your family health care. And at Shopko Optical, they make it so easy. Got my annual eye exam just a couple of months ago. The docs are great. They walk you through every step. They're great with kids because they explain everything as they go. Okay, this is what we're checking here. This is what's going to happen, including ultimately recommendations for lenses or contacts. And then, since right there in the store, you're picking out the frames, second pair and more, always half off at Shopko Optical. Because the kids were part of that process, they help pick them out. They might actually wear those glasses that you get. Or you can order contacts at great sale prices. Your children will look great. You'll be seeing clearly with the experts at Shopko Optical. Get started now at shopko.com.
A Friday Lenten fish fry is a delicious family tradition. WTMJ's John Mercure here. I urge you to take your family to the Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford for the all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry and just $8.99. You're going to pay double that at other restaurants, and you don't need to. Kids menu starts at $3.99, and they can safely play in the world-class game room quietly set away from the dining area. I made so many memories with my kids in that great game room. Desserts or buy one, get one free. Don't cook and clean today. Enjoy the all-you-can-eat Friday Lent fish fry at just $8.99. The Saturday all-you-can-eat breakfast buffet is under $10 from 8 till noon, $10. The Mine Shaft restaurant in beautiful downtown Hartford, so walkable, and in Oshkosh, easy, near the EAA. Lots of seating, close parking. Google the Mine Shaft, call and reserve your Wednesday and Friday all-you-can-eat haddock Lenten fish fry, $8.99. No restaurant inflation at the Mine Shaft, serving from 10:30 a.m. Dine early.
You want to feel important. You want to be a part of something bigger, something that matters and can help change things. You want to feel like you belong. We know. We felt that way too. And that's why we did something about it. We aren't just Army National Guard soldiers. We are normal people just like you. And together, we can make a difference. Take on your legacy. Visit NationalGuard.com to find out more.
Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard. Aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com.
Your European experts at Fox World Travel are ramping up and busy as ever. When you want to see more of Europe, Princess Cruises delivers. With Princess Cruises and Fox World Travel, explore iconic Mediterranean ports by day, then relax in classic comfort by night. From immersive shore excursions to destination-inspired dining, every moment is designed to feel effortless. Ready to set sail on your Mediterranean adventure? Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book your European getaway.
Time to identify an everyday hero. Everyday hero is when Wisconsin's Morning News celebrates an average John or Jane Doe or dudes.
Jane Bro.
Who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life. Shred it. Everyday Hero, sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care. We head to Santa Cruz, California. A bunch of surfers are out hitting the waves when one of them, Daryl Verosco, notices that this fishing boat is just cruising by him. Got 6 people on it. A couple of parents, mom and dad, and 4 kids. And this boat looks like it's trying to beat one of these huge waves. There's a huge wave coming, and it's just kind of zipping by, just kind of almost crossing in front of the giant wave, if you will, and it gets hit.
I knew right away the wave was going to get him, and when it hit him, we all just kind of kicked in the action and just like, we got to find these guys,
So that is Verosco speaking with KSBW Action News 8. Says the boat was carrying these 4 kids and these parents. Children had life vests on, which is great news. The parents did not, though. And they were everywhere. Listen to how he describes the scene.
It was chaos, because the kids had life jackets, so they were popping up. And then the parents were further inside, and the boat was capsized. Fishing line everywhere, fishing bait, just full yard sale.
Full yard sale. He said there's like shoes.
I love what he means.
Floating.
There's stuff all over.
Like
right?
all of your stuff.
Full yard sale.
Have you ever been on a boat with all your stuff? Imagine that all in the water at that moment. So upside down, kids are popping up out of the water, all kinds of stuff.
Are you hurt at all?
So that is audio from a GoPro that one of the surfers had. These are like young dudes. A lot of these are just kids, punk surfer kids, if you will. And I say that affectionately. But they all went there to talk to these kids and to help these kids. They're putting them on the boards, trying to figure out, make sure they're okay.
I looked over and I saw a boat in the water, and then I just look in a different direction. I see this kid floating in the water just yelling for help.
So they're able to get all of them to shore. Everyone is okay. The fire chief there in Santa Cruz is like, hey, these surfers, man, they saved lives.
It's not common or every day that people want to get involved. And so it's just huge that we have people out in the community that are willing to take that step and become involved in an emergency situation.
Yeah. And you know what else is super cool about that? Like, the surfing community is strong. Like, that's a brotherhood and a sisterhood. They work together when they need to. And he talked about it. This one kid who chatted with KSBW.
Surfing community is like a pretty nice community. Like, they always when someone's in trouble, like, we always come together to help that person.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Surfer Bros, for being
way to go,
everyday hero. Fascinating. Great story. Love that they saved that family. Everyday Heroes, sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care. If you want to see any of the video, by the way, really good video of the wave crashing over this boat. That's caught on video, and, of course, the GoPro of them rescuing these kids. All of it on the website. Just text the word HERO to 855-616-1620 on the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line. Pancake, I'll send it right to you.
There's a lot of noise coming out of Washington these days, but one thing retirees in Wisconsin can't afford to ignore is the new Big Beautiful Bill. Sounds harmless, right? But here's the truth. The changes buried in this bill could have a serious impact on your retirement. At Drake & Associates, we've dug into the details, and we want to make sure you know what's really at stake. The Big Beautiful Bill includes sweeping updates to tax brackets, Social Security thresholds, Medicare premiums, and retirement account rules. And for many retirees, it could mean higher taxes on your savings, more limits on deductions, and unexpected changes to your income plan. Maybe you're already retired, or maybe you're just a few years away. Either way, what you don't know could cost you thousands. That's why we're offering Wisconsin residents a free educational guide to help you understand how the new bill may impact retirees and questions to discuss with your trusted financial advisor. Just text the word TAX to 414-897-9522. That's TAX, T-A-X, to 414-897-9522. You'll get immediate access to expert insights from the team at Drake & Associates, retirement planners who have been serving Wisconsin for over 20 years. We focus on tax-efficient retirement planning, helping you keep more of your money, avoiding surprises, and staying ahead of the curve no matter what Congress throws your way. So before the Big Beautiful Bill takes a bite out of your hard-earned savings, let's make sure your plan is designed to help prepare for uncertainty. Text TAX to 414-897-9522. That's TAX to 414-897-9522. Drake & Associates, helping build retirement confidence right here in Wisconsin.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Keep the comfort in and the weather out with beautiful new windows and doors from Siding Unlimited. For ideas, go to our Siding Unlimited Instagram page. For a free estimate and honest price guarantee, go to sidingunlimited.com.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. More testimony about Jeffrey Epstein today. The House Oversight Committee on the road, getting ready to hear from Bill and Hillary Clinton. The former First Lady and Secretary of State faces a deposition today, while the former president will be deposed tomorrow. Both taking place in Chappaqua, New York. ABC's Rachel Scott is there.
Neither Bill Clinton nor President Trump have been accused of any wrongdoing by any of Epstein's victims, and both do deny any knowledge of his crimes. As it is important to note here that just months ago we heard from the president's own chief of staff saying that the president was wrong to suggest that there was any incriminating evidence about Bill Clinton and the Epstein files.
Still a lot of questions around a gun battle in the waters just off Cuba. 4 people were killed and at least 6 others hurt, all on a boat registered in Florida. Cuban officials say the people on the boat were trying to infiltrate the company. The U.S. and Iran taking a break in the latest round of talks in Geneva over the nuclear program. This is ABC News.
We've got delays northbound 4394 starting at about Howard Avenue heading up towards the high-rise bridge. We did have an accident there at the base of the high-rise bridge. That is now gone. Westbound 94 slowing down from 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound just a quick tap of the brakes heading right between 76th Street and 68th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 41 degrees today. Skies partly to mostly cloudy. Low of 31 tonight. Milwaukee right now at 21. And in the WTMJ Breaking News Center in Madison, hours of testimony from Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul over his department's use of special prosecutors.
Republicans in the state Senate formed the special committee to investigate the Wisconsin DOJ's use of legal fellows affiliated with New York University to handle environmental cases. GOP members like State Senator Mary Felskowski claim those attorneys helped influence DOJ decisions.
Wisconsin's Department of Justice should answer to the people of the state, not to outside interests.
Attorney General Josh Kaul says his office did not violate any constitutional laws.
It's clear that the work that these fellows did was work in the best interests of the people of the state of Wisconsin.
The committee is expected to meet again in April. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Healthcare workers in Wisconsin are demanding safe staffing levels. Democrats now reintroducing a bill that would establish nurse-to-patient ratios for hospitals across the state. State Senator Melissa Ratcliffe.
When nursing staffing levels are at appropriate nurse-to-patient ratios, patient outcomes improve, medical errors decrease, and retention strengthens. This is not just a workforce issue, it's a public health issue.
Under the proposal, ICU nurses could not be assigned to more than 2 patients. It would also ban mandatory overtime. Similar legislation failed to pass 2 years ago.
Time for News Bunch of Money, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average climbing nearly 260 points in early trading so far. It's at 49,741. S&P 500 is at 6939. That's down about 7. And the NASDAQ is falling about 105 points to 23,048. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:36.
News is brought to you by Axis Legal. Worn down by work? Contact Axis Legal, that's AXIS Legal, today.
Hurt on the job or worn down from years of hard work? Axis Legal helps injured workers across Wisconsin recover the benefits you're entitled to. Contact Axis Legal for a risk-free consultation.
Hey, the Lenten season is here. Experience the fabulous all-you-care-to-eat Friday fish fry at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club. WTMJ's John Mercure here, one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free every night. Even Saturdays. Savor your favorite steak, the twin lobster tails, the mixed grill of a filet, shrimp, and scallops, honey glazed salmon, any entree, ribs, you got it. All buy one, get one free. Desserts also buy one, get one free. Only at the famous Fox and Hounds. Unwind tonight with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, 100 wines. Enjoy in one of the 8 elegant dining rooms with 7 real wood-burning fireplaces. You're going to feel warm and welcomed and cozy. Take your family to the Fox and Hounds this week. Half of your dinners are free. Just off Highway 167, 2 miles east of the Holy Hill Shrine, serving dinner from 4 p.m. today. Dine early. Tables are open. Serving Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Google, call, and reserve your Friday haddock Lenten fish fry and free dinner. It's the famous Fox and Hounds.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group. Well, here we are. It is 2026. Remember last year when you said never again? Did it work? You didn't start your business to spend lots of time doing bank reconciliations, cash flow projections, or inventory analysis. Let us help you keep your New Year's resolution to stay on top of your finances and keep your books up to date. Don't do the same thing this year and expect different results. Start the year off on the right foot by calling the Neal Group to help you understand your numbers and make them better. You earned it. We help you keep it. Call 414-325-2040 now to set up a meeting to see how you can make 2026 the best year ever. The first meeting is free. That's 414-325-2040 or visit us at nealgroup.net. That's NEAL group.net.
How young is too young? Manufacturers of makeup insists that they're prioritizing safety, but obviously also like to make a buck or two. Young children and makeup is now the big debate. How young is too young for makeup? The Wall Street Journal has a story about cosmetic companies, and these cosmetic companies are increasingly marketing their products to children born after 2010. But it's not just young teenagers. Like, I got a 14-year-old, and she's definitely being targeted by ads and different things to push for makeup and that kind of thing. But they're even going younger than that, like a lot younger. Not just young teenagers, but children, 6 years of age. Brands such as Clean Naturals, which sells low pigment makeup aimed at children between 5 and 7, say they've seen significant growth since 2024.
Oh, congrats.
Oh, awesome. Good for you.
Right, yeah.
But do you really need low pigment makeup for a child who's 5 years old?
What is low pigment like? So it's toned down.
Sure.
So it's like kiddie makeup, but it's still makeup, right?
Yep. They say they've seen great growth. Skincare company Evergreen, which markets moisturizers and other skincare products for children as young as 3, reported about $100 million in annual sales. Hey, business is good. Let's keep doing this. Hey, buy our stuff. It's important. That's skincare.
Again, barring like a medical condition, you shouldn't really require tailor-made skincare products for toddlers. Right?
But don't they have the most amazing
schoolers.
skin?
Right, yes. It's going to get worse. There'll be plenty of time for it, I promise you, right?
Other than acne, like anyone 20 or younger should have phenomenal pores. Right?
It's one of those things that they've actually talked about where just never mind the implications of how young is too young for makeup or what have you. Also, these exfoliating creams and the different things that are saying like your children don't need this. It's actually bad for their skin.
But if you think you need it because of what is on the internets at the moment,
I've seen this
in style.
Have you seen any of them? They call it Get Ready With Me?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no surprise that more and more younger kids are into this because all of the influencers, all the content creators are doing that skincare routine while they create their content.
Get Ready With Me is a young person, typically young female, who's just got the phone pointed at her while she's doing her makeup. But then she's talking to whoever's watching this stuff.
Right.
Hey guys, good morning. I have a really busy day today. So what I'm using right now is this product, and it's blah, 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 blah. In some cases they might be getting paid for it. But I'm doing this, but it's this sort of work together. I'm watching you get ready.
Yeah. We asked ESPN Milwaukee's Jen Letta about it, and she said her biggest concern over all of it is just this idea of like you're already presenting this the look that you have to have a certain look. Like you're already worried about the way you appear and your appearance at that age. That's already being instilled in a child as young as 5 is concerning to her, which makes sense.
I mentioned before, I'd like to instill some concern over look in the boy. The complete opposite with him.
Who just rolled out of bed.
You're right. We're getting ready to leave. Like coats are on, and he comes downstairs and you're like, hey, did you comb your hair? Yeah. You did? Right. With what?
What did you use?
Right.
A toilet brush?
Fishbone? Right. Yeah, I combed it. I really combed it today. Really? This is what you're wearing?
So we have opposite ends of the spectrum.
Right. But there is a healthy level of some concern whatsoever of how you walk out into the world. Somewhere in between these two is a good balance. 8:43 on Wisconsin's Morning News. What'd you say before? You should come here with a brick?
Yeah, was that a brick you used?
Right, Deb? I mean, you should concern.
At least have some sort of feeling
how you
of
present
care
yourself
for what.
to the
Yeah,
world.
exactly. So, but
what's happening out there?
well, we've got broken down vehicles kind of all over the place, but none in traffic at the moment that I can see. We do have a little bit of delays on eastbound 94 from 76th Street to Hawley Road. Westbound 94 tighten up right through the Stadium interchange. 41 southbound right about at Watertown Plank Road. They're doing some road repairs, so both shoulders are blocked at that point. Something to keep in mind through there, although I'm not really seeing any delays with that. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Hey, Wisconsin anglers. This Saturday, head to MW Marine for a free fishing seminar. No reservation needed. Meet Warren Zarin from the Mercury Lund Pro Team and learn West Coast bass techniques that flat out work in Wisconsin. Pick up tips you can use right away. And while you're there, check out the boats and get ready for your best season yet. This Saturday at MW Marine. Free, fun, and you're invited.
Athletes of all ages, when you're healthy, you play better, right? Well, get healthy with Dr. Alex Young and my team at Connect Chiropractic. I was talking with Anna the other day. Anna is a collegiate softball player, and since she started with regular care at Connect Chiro, her back, her knees, her shoulder, all feeling better. Anna says there is no doubt she is playing better because of all that. High school, college athletes, you're only that age once, right? You want to be the best you can be in your sport by having your body in top shape and conditioned to help prevent injury. For guys like me, I take my sports seriously too. A lot of you do as well. I don't want to miss a match. I don't want to miss a round. I know Connect Chiro helps me stay in the game. In Delafield, Wauwatosa, and Oak Creek, it's Go Connect Chiro. That's GoConnectChiro.com.
Recalculating route. Estimated arrival time. Never.
For people with nasal congestion, snoring, or sleep apnea, finding a solution feels like a never-ending road trip.
First stop, my primary doctor. Then the pharmacy. Then a sleep specialist. Then an ENT.
What if there was just one destination for all your problems?
Welcome to Advent, Milwaukee's one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care in one location. Over 95% of patients with severe nasal breathing issues report improvement. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
You have arrived at Clear Breathing.
You're just going to let this ring, huh?
I mean, it's a good one.
Come see what's brewing.
Spring training more important for some guys than others, as we talked about. You can count on players coming back from injury in the former group being a little bit more concerned with how things go day by day. Talked about one of our guys who's had a nice couple of days. Sorry, I'm just getting my signals straight here with Greg Pancake Hill, who is producer of the program. Garrett Mitchell is coming back from injury. Want to talk a little bit about him. And then Bryce Terang has had a couple of really nice days, but he will be leaving camp soon. Going live to Arizona. Dom Catronio is live with us this morning at spring training. Dom, heard our first Grand Slam of the season. Of course, that coming from Bryce Terang, but he's only a few days out from heading out to the World Baseball Classic.
It's awesome for him. I think this is an incredible opportunity to represent himself and the Brewers. He's played on some of the junior editions, like the under-18 Team USA back when he was in high school, which is also a huge honor growing up. And there are a handful of guys that were, playing on those teams that are still playing in Team USA baseball now. Like Bryce wasn't on that team, but Bryce Harper has been like the most known, advocate for Team USA and what it means to put USA on your chest and how cool it is for Bryce to get that opportunity. I don't know how much he's going to play, but I do think he's going to get at least 1 or 2 starts in pool play. And then, hey, you keep hitting 2 homer games and grand slams, you're going to get some more playing time. But super happy for him. He's really excited. I know he's like a really stoic kind of, dare I say, even-keeled quote. But like when the microphones are away, he is like genuinely excited. He's breaking in a custom Stars and Stripes glove that he's going to use in the World Baseball Classic. So he's going to really wear it proudly.
So we need to break Vince in on this, Dom, because Vince is having a hard time understanding if this is good for players to be part of the World Baseball Classic.
Given that, all right, but let me state my interest. I want my team to win the World Series. Does this help my team win the World Series, Dom?
I think you can argue that it could, where you're getting high-intensity at-bats early in the season in front of sellout crowds. Like, do you want to face Christopher Sanchez in a semifinal, in a sold-out Lone Depot Park in Miami, or do you want to hit a velo machine in the batting cages on a Tuesday in March? Like, I mean, I see it both ways. Like, you can get – there's just as equal of a risk of injury in spring training as there is in playing games. I just don't understand he's going to get hurt because he's suddenly playing a different tournament. Like, guys get hurt literally every day in baseball. It's not something I fear. And if you want to say you increase the chances by a percentage point, sure, I can listen to that. That's why there's insurance policies. But in my opinion, this is so good for the sport. This is something that I think needs to continue to grow. Honestly, I would move the date to later in spring training because we know it's never going to happen in season. And the other reason I want this to work is because in 2 years, baseball is coming back to the Olympics in Los Angeles. And there has been a long debate about whether or not major leaguers are going to be finally eligible to play in the Olympics. You're telling me you didn't enjoy watching NHL stars playing the gold medal game for men's hockey in the Olympics? Like, I want to see the best of the best in the Olympics, and I want to see the best of the best in the World Baseball Classic.
Totally agree with that. I think what's made this so much fun, because when it first started, I think it was lukewarm interest just across the country as far as the World Baseball Classic. But then we saw all, like, the Puerto Rican team, just awesome. Just the excitement, the celebration of it. It became so much more than just watching a team and rooting for which, the Americans or whomever. So I agree with you, Dom. And you got to believe that that's a legit possibility, right? Like, we could see major league players playing in the Olympics in L.A.
I would hope so. I think it would be amazing marketing for the sport worldwide. And, on the fronts of the apoplectic attitude that people had to the World Baseball Classic, you know how we got Americans into the World Baseball Classic? We won. Like, we finally won in 2017. We hadn't won the first 3 editions of it. 2 of them went to Japan, 1 went to the Dominican Republic. And then now Japan wins in an epic fashion in 2023's edition, Shohei striking out his teammate Mike Trout. Like, I don't know if we're going to have that level of drama at the very end, but Team USA is certainly the favorite this year, which has not been the case in years past. And what makes me so excited about the potential of the Olympics, that these guys are already signing up to do it now. The people that need to sign off on baseball players in the Olympics are the owners, because that means you're going to probably have to take like a 2-week pause like the NHL does around the Olympic break, and to say, like, we want to showcase our sport in the best way possible.
Well, who knows? We may still be in a work stoppage in 2028. That might be the only baseball out there.
I'm working on that. I'm working on informing the people about that and how we're repeating the same mistakes we made in 1981 and 1994. So hopefully cooler heads can prevail.
I was facetious about the 2028, but yes, point well taken, Dom, that there's trouble ahead, and that is brewing. 8:52. Thanks, Dom. We'll check in with you tomorrow on Wisconsin's Morning News. One more time before 9 o'clock here, Debbie.
All right. Well, most of the delays have eased themselves out. We do have still some backups on eastbound 94 from 76th Street to Hawley Road, westbound from 35th Street to Hawley. And then we just have a bunch of broken down vehicles pretty much all over the place. They're not in traffic, though, so that's good news. Just keep that in mind. Just keep your eyes open for them. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. As the days get longer and Wisconsin weather shifts, it's a good time to check your home's comfort. If your house felt drafty this winter, it may be time for an upgrade. Hometown offers energy-efficient windows and doors from Bella, Marvin, Anderson, and more. All on display in their New Berlin showroom, all installed by Hometown employee carpenters. Wood, vinyl, or Fibrex, they have options for every budget. Call my friends today at Hometown Windows and Doors. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need.
How about some help in the kitchen? Vince Vitrano here for my friends Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets, Milwaukee. I'm not going to get you help actually doing the cooking, but this will make preparing meals, caring for family, entertaining guests so much easier. Katie makes a great point. She says, you may feel even more stressed when you don't have designated spaces or pantry shelving for kitchen appliances, cookware, utensils. They sound like your house, right? You open one cabinet, stuff is falling out. Where are the lids? They're not over here for that. An organized kitchen pantry can change all that by calming the chaos and keeping all of your important items within reach. Custom design actual solutions to make home life easier and less stressful. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Ever wonder what it takes to feel truly wealthy and financially comfortable? Schwab asked Americans that question, and most said at least $2 million. But here's the thing, your number might be different. And that makes sense because your dreams, travel, retirement, and the legacy you want to leave are unique to you. That's why you need advice that's just as personal. The team at Annex Wealth Management is ready to listen and help you build a plan that fits your life. Click the Get Started button at annexwealth.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Amazing Mineshaft Restaurant in downtown Hartford.
Every Monday and Thursday, buy one pizza, get a second pizza absolutely free at the Mineshaft Family Restaurant in downtown Hartford. Google the Mineshaft today.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
8:55 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Had this day on the calendar circled as soon as we got the 5-day, as of the weekend even. Could touch or get close to 60 degrees tomorrow. Tomorrow's forecast is for mostly sunny skies. Now, typically around this time of year when we got these nice days, we also have a lot of wind associated with that. So we are looking for breezy conditions on Friday. We'll keep an eye on how high those gusts go. But Friday's predicted high at this point from Brendan Johnson this morning at TMJ4 is 58 degrees. Now, that might be one of those where when the chief gets in this afternoon, Niznansky is like, I just call it 60.
Take it up to 60.
All right, come on. Take a shot at it. I mean, it's based on actual science.
My kid's got a ski trip on Friday. I wonder how that's going to go.
Where is that?
Cascade, probably, I think.
Okay, Cascade is out near the Dells, right?
Yeah. I think that's where it's at.
Boy, that's one of those where it might even be a little bit warmer. But they've had a nice base down the hills and all that. And look, it's been cold this week, so those who want to extend their season, and it gets cold again for the weekend. Saturday's high only 32, 26 degrees the high on Sunday.
Yep.
So they can if they choose continue making snow overnight. I bet you're good Friday. In fact, it's maybe like super awesome because you're enjoying a winter sport. But it's like 60 degrees.
A little bit comfortable, right? Yeah.
One of those perfect storms. I don't know. You ski. I've been winter skiing maybe twice.
When it's really warm, it can be uncomfortable too. I mean, depending on what you're wearing. But I'm not
shorts.
I'm too much of a layman to get all upset about the conditions. Well, this is not fresh powder.
So you think it's more about your gear is all built for winter?
That's a me thing. But I think most skiers, yes, they don't like when it gets a little sloppy. It can be kind of a pain to ski on.
Ski trip. So they
jump on a bus and
teenagers ski trip. Are they going in shorts?
There'll be kids wearing T-shirts. I guarantee you that.
All right, 58, the predicted high for tomorrow. Today's high 41, not bad, but skies partly to mostly cloudy. We got a ways to go. We're only at 21 degrees. We've got top of the hour headlines from the WTMJ Breaking Newsroom next.
Have you ever thought about what makes Wisconsin great? I mean the things that really make it great. It's, of course, the people, and that's very true. It's also the places, it's the experiences, it's the downtowns and the food. It's the awesome places we have to stay. On Experience Wisconsin, each week we dive into all of that, giving you a roadmap for the cool things to do in our state. On this week's show, it is Lake Geneva that we check out, and we'll talk to the Travel Secretary, Ann Sayers. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 on WTMJ.
Skilled trade workers are the backbone of every community, and also the Army National Guard. Soldiers trained to keep the power flowing, engines running, and in every other trade needed to accomplish the mission. These soldiers are on the fast track to learning skills that can set them up for success at home with companies looking to hire the best. Their resumes are being built through their paid training and part-time service. Find out how you too can learn a trade profession by visiting NationalGuard.com. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard. Aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
It's Tuesday in Milwaukee. I've worn a parka, crop top, and rain poncho since breakfast.
Our weather has commitment issues, Tracy. It's bipolar with a side of, are you kidding me?
If your heating and cooling system is also confused, you're in luck.
At Capital, we're giving you year-round comfort for the price of one season. Buy a furnace, we'll give you an AC for free.
You heard him. Turn that brr into ah and tell that Milwaukee weather to move on.
Call CapitalCares.com.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin, Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin, the buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers. Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros.
Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just before 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Thursday, February 26th. Our top story, disorderly conduct charges against a state lawmaker.
I'm Erik Bilstad. The deposition with the Clintons begins.
Your Storm Team forecast. Today, a high of 41 degrees. Skies partly to mostly cloudy. Low temp down to 31. Tomorrow's the nice one. Mostly sunny, high 58. Milwaukee's at 25 right now. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a Wisconsin state representative from Milwaukee is now charged with disorderly conduct. This is over an alleged confrontation with another Democrat in the state assembly.
Police allege Ortiz Velez made indecent comments after another legislator did not include her in the drafting of a resolution honoring Latino veterans. According to Capitol Police, Ortiz Velez said, quote, "I'm going to contact the press and tell them the other legislator is engaging in inappropriate personal actions. Prosecutors say this is beyond political rhetoric." In September, Ortiz Velez allegedly made a comment about shooting 3 members of the assembly she's had personal disagreements with. My calls to her office went unreturned. John Mercure, WTMJ News.
Happening today behind closed doors in New York. Hillary Clinton will appear before House Oversight Committee members. Part of a congressional investigation into the Jeffrey Epstein case.
I'm told that this will focus on a range of things, including to how the government allegedly mishandled an inquiry into Jeffrey Epstein, to how the convicted sex offender also used powerful people to protect him. Now, Hillary Clinton has long denied ever having any sort of relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but Bill Clinton was friendly with him for years. Just days ago, we heard from Hillary Clinton. She said all of this is to distract from President Trump. Neither Bill Clinton nor President Trump have been accused of any wrongdoing.
Now, ABC's Rachel Scott there covering it for us. Former President Bill Clinton is scheduled to do his testimony tomorrow.
The U.S. and Iran have ended the first session of crucial nuclear talks in Geneva, Switzerland. Oman mediating the talks. Apparently, the negotiations are set to resume again later this evening.
This is the first time that they're actually taking a break and are going to return again later. We understand they're working on a text. The mediator, Oman's foreign minister, Badr Abu Saidi, said in a post on X that they were exchanging, in his words, creative and positive ideas. His job as a mediator is to keep hope alive that a deal can be done. But there is a sense that while it is difficult, a narrow deal on nuclear issues is doable.
That's the BBC's Naiseh Doucette. Some officials say this third round of talks is viewed as a last chance at diplomacy.
Decision Wisconsin. Early polling suggests most voters remain undecided on who they're going to support in the governor's race this fall.
The latest Marquette University law poll shows nearly 2/3 of both likely Republican and Democratic voters are undecided, even as the Republican field has been narrowed down to one serious candidate, Congressman Tom Tiffany. Poll director Charles Franklin.
These numbers will change, but they give us a baseline to follow throughout the year.
Among Democratic primary voters, Assemblywoman Francesca Hong led the way with 11%, followed by former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes with 10%. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The 2 criminal cases against the former Milwaukee City Attorney Tierman Spencer have now been reassigned to Waukesha County. Milwaukee Journal Sentinel reporting Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Lena Taylor is expected to be called as a witness in one of the cases if it goes to trial. That would create a conflict of interest, which is why they're moving the cases. Spencer and an associate are accused of improperly acquiring properties for about $4,000 each and then attempting to sell them for nearly $250,000. He also faces misconduct in office charges, and that's a separate criminal case.
The red ink is flowing at the company that owns Jeep, Chrysler, Ram, and Dodge.
Stellantis losing $26.3 billion in 2025. Like Ford and GM, the company putting the big cost of changing EV plans into 1 year. But Stellantis also saw a big drop in sales. This means workers will forego profit-sharing checks for the first time in 15 years. Stellantis says it did see a better second half and forecasts improvement for 2026. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We're about 34 minutes off the opening bell, and the Dow Jones Industrial is still up about 102 points to 49,584. S&P 500 is down about 30 to 69.17. The NASDAQ is down as well, a little over 200 points to 22,948. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time, 9:05.
Education changes everything. It opens doors, shapes futures, and builds the foundation for our children's success. At City Ford Collective, we're working to transform our city's schools and ensure every Milwaukee child receives the high-quality education they deserve. We've taken real steps forward, but our work is far from done. This giving season, we're asking you to join us. Together, we can secure a stronger future for our children and a stronger future for Milwaukee. To support our mission, visit cityforwardcollective.org/donate. That's cityforwardcollective.org/donate.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets, something that can positively affect your mood, getting organized and clearing out the clutter. A well-rounded closet could be the most powerful room in your home. Inspired Closets can transform your closets or laundry room, your pantry, any space in your house. What separates Inspired Closets from the others? Their 3D design software and a culture that promises to build what you want and need. Call my friends Katie and Dan today, a wife-husband team ready to help. Inspired days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Parents can expect to use 2,500 to 3,000 diapers in a baby's first year. The Milwaukee Diaper Mission has distributed over 1.4 million diapers and other supplies for families just last year alone. This is WTMJ's Kristen Bry. Join me for WTMJ Cares Bowling for Babies, where we will raise funds for Milwaukee Diaper Mission. You can be part of it. Text BABY to the WTMJ Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620, to support our WTMJ Cares effort.
MW Marine.
Hey, Wisconsin anglers. This Saturday, head to MW Marine for a free fishing seminar. No reservation needed. Meet Warren Zarin from the Mercury Lund Pro Team and learn West Coast bass techniques that flat out work in Wisconsin. Pick up tips you can use right away. And while you're there, check out the boats and get ready for your best season yet. This Saturday at MW Marine. Free, fun, and you're invited.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update for the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. That's not $100, you know what I'm saying? Bucks staying at home this week, back in action tomorrow night, and coming off a reverse buzzer beater, if you will. You got for the Bucks, Kevin Porter Jr. appears to hit the game-winning shot for Milwaukee as they held on to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers 118-116. There was a moment Cavs at the buzzer thought they tied the game.
Oh, no, it's still in his hand. I thought he got it off in time, in real time, but the replay clearly shows the ball still in Jared Allen's hand.
After review, it would be no basket.
Yeah.
All right.
That is ESPN's Gabe Neitzel, who is color man for the call. The Bucks back home tomorrow night against the New York Knicks. College hoops, UW Milwaukee picking up a win over Youngstown State, 78-65. And the Badgers struggled on the West Coast. I mean, the game did tip off at 10 p.m. our time. They lost to Oregon 85-71. Badger Sports Updates are sponsored by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
WTMJ time, save our traffic. Heads up if you're heading south on 4145, right around Watertown Plank. Left lane blocked. They're doing some road work there, so you'll see the barrels and all that. You're getting through it just fine, but just heads up, you're losing a lane. Again, 4145 southbound, right around Watertown Plank. Otherwise, looking good. 94 eastbound is fine. Highway 16 through the zoo. Looking good there. You're on time. Of course, you got that slowdown with the construction, but otherwise, no problems this morning.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. High of 41 today. Skies partly to mostly cloudy. Tonight's low 31. Quiet weather. Mostly sunny and breezy on Friday. We're popping A high temp near 60 degrees. Right now, it looks like 58. That's from Brendan Johnson over at TMJ4 News this morning. Then we cool back down for the weekend. Saturday's high just 32 degrees with light snow likely, just minor accumulation. Sunday, mostly cloudy and a cold high of 26. Monday, partly sunny, high 32. Milwaukee right now at 21.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
An international incident involving Cuba, a firefight in open water, and, depending on how you measure it, inside 100 miles from the U.S. Florida coast.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
This morning, 6 people who are on an American-registered boat remain detained in Cuba. We don't know their conditions. 4 people are dead. More on that in a moment, but first want to touch on this other story on the international front and an update on that. Talks set to resume later what would be evening there in Geneva, Switzerland, between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump continuing to threaten military action against Iran as his negotiators, including his son-in-law Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, what they want to do is force Tehran to halt its enrichment of uranium, key step in building a nuclear bomb, and curtail or stop altogether production of long-range missiles. We know President Trump in negotiating is big on leverage. He talks about it. His leverage in this case is a massive military buildup in the region. ABC's Ian Pannell.
The force that has been amassed here looks like a force for war. It's a very expensive negotiating tool to have this much firepower, this many resources focused on one single region. There is clear threat there that if the negotiations don't go as planned, then the president may resort to military action.
I believe it's 2 aircraft carriers now in the region, and along with them, strike group, protective detail in the Navy as well. So a lot of assets there building up. But you heard in the top of the hour report that meetings were ongoing. They're way ahead of us in terms of time in Switzerland. So you have Iran's foreign minister talking with Witkoff and Kushner. They apparently met this morning, our time. They are in a break, but planning to go back to the table this evening, their time. So we would expect those to resume at any time, and we'll update you if there's any progress.
Doesn't mean there'll be any progress.
No, correct, right. But the fact that they're still going is better than we got up and
That's
left,
true.
right?
You're right.
They're being mediated by Oman, and again, taking place in Geneva, Switzerland. Back to the boat and Cuba.
We don't know all the facts. We don't know who fired the first shot, although the Cubans have factually stated that the vessel did. We don't know who was on the vessel. We don't know what they were doing.
That is Fulton Armstrong, former CIA lead for Latin America. CIA, not used to saying we don't know, right? But he said everything that we don't know there is of concern. What we do know, 4 people are dead. 6 others, as I mentioned, remain detained in Cuba. This is after a U.S.-registered boat engaged in a firefight off the coast. ABC's Andrea Fujii.
The Cuban government says 10 passengers on the boat, including the 6 that survived and are being detained, were Cuban residents of the United States.
Una infiltración con fines terroristas.
Cuban officials say the men were armed and were trying to carry out an infiltration for terrorist purposes. U.S. law enforcement confirms the American boat was stolen from the Florida Keys and is registered to a Miami man born in Cuba. Cuban officials say the U.S. boat violated territorial waters, approaching within 1 nautical mile of the Alpino Channel.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says diplomats at the U.S. Embassy in Havana are still working to gain access to the detainees. So we want to get some of our own intelligence on this. It seems like largely what we know is whatever we're being told by the Cuban government.
Right, and you can only take that for...
Of course.
Yeah.
It may all be true, but we don't know.
Right.
Putting aside all of that which we don't know, what could this even be about? Former State Department official and ABC News contributor Steve Ganyard.
There's been decades-long fast boat trade where people have paid a lot of money to have these fast boats, these cigarette boats and high-speed boats, go down to Cuba and pull their loved ones offshore.
So no confirmation that that's what this is, but that is certainly something that's been ongoing for decades. people trying to get out of Cuba, find a new life in America. It's why the Cuban population in Miami is so strong, and they have that support network there. In fact, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, his parents were born in Cuba. He's a first-generation American, Cuban-American. So there's all of that, and he plays at the center of a lot of this. There is a larger context if you go back to, well, how far back do you want to go? Rise of Fidel Castro, Bay of Pigs, Cuban Missile Crisis, the embargo. You can go back to the Spanish-American War if you want to, in terms of the U.S. concern over that island nation, relations with all of those things. Present day,
Cuba is currently facing an energy crisis because of a U.S.-imposed oil blockade. It was almost exactly 30 years ago when Cuban fighter jets shot down 2 planes carrying Americans trying to help refugees flee Cuba. 4 were killed. Victims' families are still seeking justice.
Mentioned the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the idea that he's really at the center of the Latin American foreign policy in particular here. And in fact, even that while Venezuela was a little bit about Venezuela, the suggestion that it might have been even more about Cuba. And that
the oil?
Yes, being able to establish this oil embargo or the blockade that's preventing the Cuban people from getting fuel. Like, they are running out of things, and it's really creating havoc in their economy, that could ultimately spur them to get, this is one of these things, like, can you agitate the people enough that they get fed up to the point that they finally rise up and overthrow their governments, whether or not that's possible. But we've been flirting with that idea for 100+ years, right? And so maybe this is the way that goes. What it puts Secretary Rubio in an interesting spot, though, that's his heritage. He doesn't want to see the Cuban people suffer. So where's the line of making them suffer enough to motivate them to create the action that you want?
The leverage.
Yes. Or do they never turn? Or does it not work out, as there's great precedent for historically as well? It's precarious. But right now, when is that point that it bubbles over for the Cuban people and they try to take some sort of action? And what would that look like? And then anytime, right, careful what you wish for, because it might get worse. Who then would be installed if you overthrow the current regime? So that's why this is of greater concern than just a boat, 10 people who may or may not even be American citizens. We don't know that yet. We don't really know much about who they are. But it's a broader concern because Cuba's at the center of so much that's going on throughout this hemisphere.
New York Times says speedboat was just trying to get relatives out. It's possible that speedboat was stolen. Could be all just coincidental. A lot of questions.
It is 9:16 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We have some new information about the astronaut. Do you want to get into?
Yes.
Well, only because I think it's worth still talking about, because there remains
because they keep talking about it. Kind of.
Yes. The clearer it gets, the less clear it seems. 9:17 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Jessica Ty here for Steinhoffels. If you've been dreaming about refreshing a room or your whole home, Steinhoffels can make it so much easier. Their Decorating Solutions program pairs you with a designer who listens, gets your style, and helps create a space you truly love. They can help with colors, layouts, furniture, even those little finishing touches that make a room feel uniquely yours. And right now, you can get up to $200 off Steinhoffels Decorating Solutions packages. So if you're ready to love your home even more, check out Steinhoffels Decorating Solutions.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. So, how old do you feel? Do you feel older than you are? Or is this worse? When that guy or that lady over there is older than you, but they seem to be acting younger? Like, how does that feel? And why is that? It's because they're not dealing with joint pain. You got the joint pain. You're dealing with it in your back, or maybe in your shoulder, that knee that keeps acting up, especially this time of year. Well, now this is the time to call QC Kinetics and get your life back. Feel your age again, or feel younger like the Johnsons over there and everything that they're able to do. Here's what you do. You call QC Kinetics. Here's
the Johnsons, I got to tell you, they're doing everything, and I just don't know why that is.
And now pickleball.
Yeah.
And then they tell you about it.
And they're
all the
older
time.
than me.
Yes.
Both of
by
them.
10 years.
I can't believe it.
414-667-5559. Here's the phone number again. 414-667-5559. 5559. Call QC Kinetics and learn what they can do with their regenerative treatments. They can do it for you. And that way, you don't have to go under the knife. Trust me, most times you don't have to. You don't have to worry about downtime, and you can get the treatments immediately. Call QC Kinetics today. Here's the number again, 414-667-5559. Call QC Kinetics right now.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
I'm WTMJ's Sandy Max. What makes living at Three Pillars so special? Let's hear from my friend Lark.
I love the location, and that's the main reason Dave and I are there, is because of nature all around us. I knew when we moved in, I was leaving behind a lot of stress and responsibility. I decided now is the time to do what I want when I want to do it.
Schedule a tour today at threepillars.org.
In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus is led by the Spirit into the desert to prepare for his ministry. This Lent, how will we allow ourselves to be led? How will we use these weeks to let God transform our hearts and our lives? This is Archbishop Jeffrey Graub. When Easter arrives, may we find ourselves renewed, strengthened, and changed. God always takes the first step. This Lent, how will we respond? Join us at Mass, and let's walk this journey together.
More news is better, right? But is this enough more news? So remember the story that played out earlier this year?
Why are we at the grocery store?
We're not at this is a hospital.
Are you sure? What did you type in to get that sound effect?
I said I
heart
need
monitor?
heart monitor sound effect.
I thought you said I need Aldi checkout.
There's a deal there on dog food.
Right. If this is the heart monitor, we need to ramp
more.
It up a little bit.
Okay,
the patient is not well.
Mr. Snob with the sound effects now. The
Eric,
astronaut.
you're better than this. Be better.
Anyway, the story goes, we told you about that astronaut, right? That astronaut who, at one point, was brought back early because of a health concern.
Here we are back on the most beautiful planet in the solar system.
That's Mike Fink. Earlier this year, when he returned along with his crewmates from the International Space Station early. We didn't know who was ill or why they were ill or what happened, but we knew that they had to come back before their scheduled time by several weeks. Well, why? We never knew. In fact, when they first returned, we didn't even know who was sick or what had happened at all. Now we're learning that it's Mike Fink. And Mike Fink says he's fine. All is well. In a statement, Fink says, you know what? I had an issue on this date. He gives a specific date, a medical incident, and thanks to my crew members, all is well now. And I appreciate everyone's concern. I am rehabilitating and going through the post-flight procedures, and thanks for your concern. That's in a nutshell what the statement read. Nothing about what was wrong, what happened, and why, or if he's still ill. But now we continue to move forward.
But we don't, because there's still you left this open question. I have multiple questions about the questions. Number one, and again, I will state my disclaimer. No, we are not owed anyone else's private medical history or conditions. barring a few rare exceptions.
Sure, of course. Yes.
President of the United States among them. It's typical to release health information about the president to the electorate, all of things like that. So
right, yeah. There are a couple of exceptions, but yes.
Barring those rare exceptions, anyone in any walk of life doesn't owe me, you, or anybody else who may be interested in what they do their private medical information.
Sure.
That said, you're in a public-facing position and people are interested in you. In fact, people want to celebrate you. I'm among them. I'm a huge space fan. I love astronauts. They're literally my heroes. So I'm invested in your well-being. So you drag me along in the story to a point, and then you don't. So my questions are, one, if you can issue this statement now, why didn't you issue this exact statement when you first came back? I guess he wanted to do some follow-up tests and whatever,
That's
make
the
sure he was
reason
good.
Coming home early,
Right. So could not this information have been released when they first came back? And then secondly, what's still missing in there is, man, if you had a mild heart attack, just say it. Like, what? I don't understand why
the elusivity bothers you.
Like, because it's just not in there. I can't figure out a rational reason for, if you're going to go to here,
if you're going to walk up to the line.
Yes, I was the guy. It was a medical incident. They had to rush in. We did this, that. I've done the checks. If you're going to give this much information, what is it about whatever it was?
So you want?
I'm just confused.
Because the first line of the statement is, on January 7th, while aboard the ISS, I experienced a medical event that required immediate attention from my incredible crewmates.
That's not how you would tell anybody what happened to you.
You want him to say that he was impregnated by an alien, and in which case, like, you want him to just say it. Just say it.
Right. Well, yes, I would. I'd be really interested then.
He says, thanks to their quick response and the guidance of our NASA flight surgeons, my status quickly stabilized.
There's a lot of information in there.
Then we are led to believe that maybe even like a device was used or something to... Like, did he go and...
They have to defib him?
Yeah, right. That's unbelievable. If that's the case, holy cow. And you saved him.
So what's wrong with telling that story? Or if it was a mild stroke, what are the signs of stroke, right? The slurred speech or other things, or tightness or this, that, or any number of things. Again, I don't feel like I'm personally owed that. I want to make that clear. This guy, Commander Fink doesn't owe me or you or any of us anything, but I'm so confused by it because you walk right up to this line,
it's so close, just say it.
Share so many other personal details about this whole ordeal. Could not we? And again, if your goal is, well, there's some things that are personal, I just don't want, I don't want the questions anymore. I don't want the whatever. Had you said this stuff from the get-go,
I'll never think about this again.
That's us talking with Pat Murphy. But I just. Right.
What's fascinating...
I would not think about this again.
Here's the other thing that's so unique about this, because you know how my brain always works. It's always the why and the when. Like, why what's the strategy behind everything, right? I'm always so fascinated by it, especially with PR stuff, with politics, with everything. There's always a reason for the date, the time. All of that is whether or not it's a statement versus an actual interview with Oprah or whatever it might be.
News conference? Is it a sit down?
There's always a calculated reason for everything. Well, you know what else happened yesterday when it comes to NASA stuff? Artemis 2 is on its way back to the garage. What is Artemis 2? It's that ginormous spaceship they plan on sending around the moon in like a month. But now they're sending it back to the garage.
The launch, which had been hoped for in March, now going to slip to no earlier than April the 1st. So it's had an impact, but that's partly because of the repairs and partly because they have a limited number of launch windows based on a lot of technical reasons.
CBS space guy Bill Harwood there. So they're moving this back to the garage to look at it. They have things they want to check on. So now the launch is no sooner than April 1st, if it even goes then. That's a big story. For any, it's not just for space geeks.
And
like in general, like this is for the exploration of the moon. We're going to send astronauts back to the moon. This launch is going to go around the moon. I mean, it's a huge story, whether or not you're a space nerd. And here it gets, on the same day that happens, they drop, hey, by the way, I had this event that happened.
Yes.
I'm not going to tell you any more about it, but my space mates helped me from that alien creature that tried to
listen,
lay a seed inside.
If you want to take your line of
whatever
thinking,
it may have happened.
Even further, maybe they're waiting for the next unfortunate thing to happen, another delay in Artemis. So that's why they're hanging on to. Don't tell them what it is yet. We might need another press release. We might need another event to distract from whatever else is actually going on.
So then that'll be the one?
Yes.
But that would be an amazing story. If it was an everyday hero-esque story, that's amazing. So, yeah, that would be one you would share, you would assume, at some point.
And actually, Eric, the garage, as you keep calling it, is the vehicle assembly building.
There you go.
Mike thinks
The VAB. But you're right. They don't want that to go back to the garage. That's a production in and of itself. Coming up at 9:30 here on Wisconsin's Morning News.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been Milwaukee's one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Frank Daniels, our Madison goldsmith, has an idea.
Bring him in.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Sarah. Hi, Monica.
It's great to see you, Frank. What's your idea?
It's a new company policy.
Let's hear it.
You know the world-famous Kessler's warranty?
If you bought it at Kessler's, it's guaranteed. It's just that simple. Even if you lose a diamond, including the center stone, we'll replace it. All maintenance is free forever. Yes, it really is that miraculous.
Every time I hear that warranty, it blows my mind.
I propose we have a jewelry cleaning policy that's as amazing as that warranty.
What would it say?
Bring us your jewelry and we'll professionally clean it. While you wait, for free. You can come in as often as you want, and we don't care where you bought your jewelry. The only thing that matters is that you want it to look amazing again. We want that too.
I vote yes.
I vote yes. I vote yes. The motion carries.
Congratulations, Frank. Your idea is now company policy.
For the location of the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The State Department still working to get access to the people involved in the deadly shootout off Cuba. The Cuban government claiming the 10 people aboard a speedboat registered to Florida were Cuban residents of the United States. ABC's Martha Raddatz with more.
This is a wild story, a deadly gun battle on the open seas with Cuba claiming the men on the speedboat who were killed and wounded were armed Cuban nationals living in the U.S. who were trying to infiltrate the island and unleash terror.
Members of the House Oversight Committee are in Chappaqua, New York today, interviewing Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton tomorrow about their association with Jeffrey Epstein. Hillary Clinton says she did not know him and she is not listed in the files. Bill Clinton claims to have cut ties with Epstein after learning of the accusations against him. He is in the files. As the U.S. military buildup continues in the Middle East, so do discussions between the U.S. and Iran on ending its nuclear ambitions. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a state Senate Special Oversight Committee is looking into the Wisconsin Department of Justice and its use of special prosecutors.
Hours of testimony from Attorney General Josh Kaul centered on the DOJ's use of legal fellows from New York University. Republicans claim those attorneys have an agenda and influence the department's decisions on environmental cases. State Senator Mary Felskowski.
And this committee is going to review testimony, and we're going to look at what should be changed statutorily, if we need to change anything.
Kaul says his office did nothing wrong and the fellows allowed the DOJ to do more work.
I think it is clear from what we have seen so far that that report is going to be partisan, slanted, and cannot be taken seriously.
Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Final report from the committee is due to be released in April.
New research is reaffirming that salt brine can effectively clear Wisconsin highways during winter weather. Sauk County Highway Commissioner Pat Kavinsky says the goal is to reduce the environmental impact.
Brine assists with that in multiple ways. First off, the direct brine application really reduces the actual quantity of salt that goes down. But then when we do need to use granular salt, we use a pre-wet where it's the granular salt sprayed with the salt brine, and that helps the salt stay on the roadway. It doesn't bounce or skip as far.
So the DOT says all 72 counties use some amount of salt brine to help reduce the amount of rock salt.
I'm interested in what the update was here. Like you said, haven't we been doing salt brine for since ever?
It's been a good
it's
amount
salt
of time.
brine, it's beet juice. What else do we throw out there? But like we've done these alternatives. Like what? Good, great.
Keep at it.
Congrats. Throw it down. Whatever else. They tell me it's carrot juice next week. That's great.
Just clear the roads, please.
I just want to drive in the snow. I don't care. It's better than salt. Good, fine. Proceed then, sir. Time for again, what's the update? Yeah, it's working. Well, I thought it was. Thank you.
Markets are bad, by the way. Let's get to it.
All right, fine. Time for news about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 33 points. That's at 49,449. S&P 500 is at 68.89. That's off 57 points. And what's going on with the NASDAQ? That's down almost 350 points. It's at 22,803. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Why don't you just tell me what's going on in the traffic?
Sorry about that. I was distracted. I was listening to a news conference out of New York and was just wanting to make sure that wasn't something we needed to get into. That was nothing. It's just the pre-news conference announcement about the Clinton deposition. So that's just showing you everything that I'm
derailed everything here with my salt brine.
The reason I had it in my ear, so that's my fault. I was distracted just to make sure that they weren't announcing something ahead.
That's good work.
And they aren't at the moment. They just were doing their due diligence.
He was working on the show. He wasn't doing phone things.
Right. As far as the roads go, the left lane's still blocked. They're doing repairs on 4145 near Watertown Plank southbound. It's not a big deal though, but you'll see the barrels there. Just be mindful of that. Getting into downtown is fine, though. 94 eastbound. Highway 16 into the Zoo interchange is looking good, and minimal delays because of the construction right now around the stadium.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. A high of 41 today. Skies partly to mostly cloudy. Tonight's low 31. Mostly sunny and looks like a nice one Friday. High of 58 degrees. Then we cool quickly back down for the weekend. Saturday's high 32 with some light snow likely, minor accumulation. Sunday mostly cloudy and cold, high 26, 32 the high temp on Monday, and partly sunny skies. Milwaukee's at 25.
2026 Brewers tickets are on sale now. This year, it all kicks off at our house with opening day at home, followed up with a schedule that's absolutely loaded. Throw in the same flair for the dramatic thrills on any given night. Plus Brewers giveaways you won't forget. And you've got a season you're going to have to see to believe. Don't miss a second of Brewers action this year. The crew is back for more. All Brewers tickets for the 2026 season are on sale now at Brewers.com.
Hey, there's free pizza today at the Mine Chef restaurant in Hartford. John Mercure here. Seriously, it's free, F-R-E-E, free every Thursday. When you buy one pizza, you get a second pizza free. Buy two, get two free pizzas. Buy 5 pizzas, you got it, 5 free pizzas. Bring in pizza today for your loyal employees. Half of your pizzas are free, and it's delicious. Order now, pick up shortly. Coaches, bring in your team today for free pizza. Your players will also love the Mine Chef's world-class game room. It's a super affordable team bonding experience. And happy hour is 2 till 5 today, half-price cocktails, beer, appetizers, at the bar only, half price. The Friday, all-you-can-eat haddock fish fries, $8.99 from 11 a.m., a crazy low price. The Mine Shaft, right there, easy to get to in downtown Hartford and in Oshkosh near the EAA. Lots of seating, close parking. Walk on in today for your free Thursday pizza. Plenty to take home. I love the pepperoni. Just Google it. Mine Shaft Restaurant.
Family owned and operated. Yep, we sure are. Since 1970. And I know you've probably heard it a million times. But the words family owned and operated hold a lot of water. They mean you can count on dealing with an expert. Because when your dad runs the show, he teaches you all that he knows. They mean prompt service. Because it's not just our job, it's a big part of our life. They mean you're actually working with someone who has accountability and a real interest in your satisfaction and their business's overall success. So when you hear businesses say the words family-owned and operated, give them a try, because small business owners like us really do have your best interest in mind. And when you need advice from Southeastern Wisconsin's foremost glass experts, call me. This is Stacy Sinks with Less's Glass Service. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Less's Glass. Less's Glass Service, serving all of Southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
9:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Technology ebbs and flows, right? There are times when we seem to be in the ebb, and then there are times when everything is just coming at us fast, and it would look like this could happen quickly. We keep hearing more and more now again about automated vehicles, and now we're also hearing more and more about air taxis and drone flights and different things like that. Well, Uber is planning to fly the friendly sky in Dubai very soon. It's going to be Uber Air, and it's going to launch this year.
A commercial pilot will be at the controls of the aircraft. There's no official timeline if the FAA will approve air taxis in the U.S. But we're told the FAA and at least 2 flying travel taxi companies would like to be serving passengers here in time for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles.
Right, and that would make a lot of sense when you think of just the congestion, how to get people around. Can you use Uber Air? The thing is, what we don't hear in this report yet is just how expensive something like this is going to be. And when we're talking about it, is this something that like random jamokes like you and me are going to have on our phone? And I need to get here.
Yeah, we're going downtown tonight. Going to the Bucks game tonight.
Or are we talking about people with a lot of money who are going to be able to take advantage of that?
They have less money than the helicopter crowd who can afford to do that.
Yes,
but
who have their own helicopter, but
more money than the likes of us.
Right, right.
Okay,
Where you're talking about 4-figure flights and that type of thing. I mean, no one's going to want to do that if they're just tourists that happen to be in LA during the Olympics.
I think logistically too, what a nightmare talking about it being around a metro area. I would love to see it. I'm for it. And ultimately, just like any piece of new technology, remember how much the first flat screen TVs were?
Oh, yeah, right.
Remember when it was a luxury item to have a car?
The iPhone.
The idea that you might have 2 cars, right?
Mm-hmm. Televisions in general.
Yes. So all of those things, eventually that perhaps becomes less expensive. The pilot component is a little bit more difficult because that person being highly trained is adding a great deal of expense to that experience.
And who is that person? Who is that pilot who's happy to just be an Uber Air pilot instead of actually working someplace else? Do they have it right? Are they the smart ones? Or are they the opposite of that?
That's interesting because, okay, say you're ex-military, right? You used to be a fighter pilot or you used to fly a cargo plane or something like that. And then many of them become our major airline pilots as well. Although that's not the only path to become an airline pilot.
But do you want to do that anymore? Do you want to be flying to Charlotte back and forth?
Or can I continue flying, getting paid to fly, but do that right here, and I never have to leave town? I go to my 9 to 5 or whatever it is.
No, and I get to bring you here and fly you to there. Okay, so
That's
maybe
some nice people. What I want to know really logistically, like, where do they take off? Where do they land? What are do they need special landing zones, or can this land in your front yard?
It is an electric propeller aircraft, so I would assume that can help dictate a little bit, gives you a little bit more flexibility as to where you would launch from. And yeah, you're right. That's a great question. As an Uber, you immediately assume, well, here's where I am. I'm waiting for Captain Jack to fly over me. You can see me right here on the app. Or are you having to go to a specific place to meet someone?
And then does it drop you in a specific place?
Right,
I want to go to the Bucks game. Does that mean it can drop me
at Timmerman
on the plaza at... in Deer District, right?
Or is it bringing you to an airport nearby?
Exactly. And then that's not really a taxi.
Right. Yeah, good questions. We'll find out.
9:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
That's a lie.
I'm going to Potawatomi if I can get there.
Bill!
I got bit by one, and I liked it.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
I don't even know what that means.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
You are invited. Vince Vitrano here for Colette Vacations. Getting so many emails about people interested in our trip to southern Italy and Sicily this fall. Our family on my dad's side, our people are from Palermo, and that's where our tour begins. My dad's even going to come along on the trip. Super excited to have him on board because he speaks a little bit of Italian. He's working on it. He'll be even better by the time we go. Also on the itinerary, Agrigento's Valley of the Temples, excavated ruins of Pompeii, wine and specialty cuisine all the time, and history assisted by a local guide every step of the way. And we don't have to plan a thing. Colette's taking care of everything, all the details, the flights, the meals, the best hotels, amazing local experiences, the kind of things that you need tickets for or you stand in a line that's forever hours long. Not for us, because we are on this special tour with my team at Colette. My wife, Nicole, and I, and Joe Vitrano would love to have you join us. Send me an email. Vince Vitrano, vince@WTMJ.com. That's vince@WTMJ.com. I'll send you the brochure with all the pretty pictures and each day's itinerary plus your all-in cost. Traveling to southern Italy and Sicily with WTMJ and Colette.
Recently, a seller that unfortunately ended up choosing another agent called me. She said she made a mistake, and what she was expressing to me sounded like she kind of was bullied into signing with him. Is it typical? Not always, but it will never happen when you hire a Century 21 Benefit Realty agent. I want our agents to be able to look in the mirror and say, I'd want to work with me, not because they're good at saying what you want to hear or offer the lowest commission, but because of trust. Because if you're not feeling that from your agent, that's a problem, and I don't want that. At 1.9% on the listing side of your sale with our commission capped at $19,000, Century 21 Benefit Realty leads with a very fair and transparent commission structure with maximum marketing that can get your home sold fast and for the best price. And saving money matters, but working with someone who will tell you exactly what you need to know up front, that creates trust. And that matters too. This is Angela Calais with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
The weekend.
The best part of the week is almost here.
The weekend.
Weekend?
This weekend.
This is the Weekend Trend with Sandy Max.
Weekend.
The Weekend Trend is presented by 3 Pillars Senior Living Communities.
Let's go.
The Weekend Trend is brought to you by 3 Pillars Senior Living Communities. Joined in studio now by host of What's on Tap, WTMJ's Sandy Max. Rainbow Kitten Surprise is at Landmark Credit Union Live. That's the new venue right next to Fiserv Forum. And you went for that special preview, yeah?
Wow.
Is it super nice?
It is. It is slick. It is very, one of the biggest changes from the Bradley Center to Fiserv Forum was Fiserv Forum's walls are pretty much floor-to-ceiling windows in the concourses. So you see natural light, and then the city is your wallpaper all the way around. Well, this is very similar when you go upstairs to the vinyl bar, or the vinyl room, I think is what they call it. But it's a big, spacious, beautiful bar. There's a terrace on top. Like, this is a very open-air space for the recreational part. Then when you walk right into the venue, though, I mean, you walk in that corner entrance, which is right across from the Bucks Pro Shop. So this is right on that footprint of the old Bradley Center. It is very wide open and spacious, yet welcoming. It doesn't have a sterile feel. It's decorated very musically, and I feel like it's not just check the boxes of, we better have some framed pictures of the Bodines. It really is. You know what I mean? Like,
I do, and I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, but it has such great artwork inside. Even in the ladies' room, there are pictures of people playing vinyl records, whether it's a radio DJ or people listening. It really is well thought out to decor. But the venue itself, the sight lines are great and clear. So you can stand on the floor like general admission. It seats 4,500, and then there's a second level that has seating like any, theater would. But it is very wide and open and spacious, but again, doesn't feel sterile and weird.
Before we get to the weekend, one more question on that,
Oh, yeah.
because you've seen a ton of shows.
And I'll be posting pictures and photos. Yes, I've seen a few.
Yeah. And I would still believe that first and foremost, people are going to go see a show because of who's playing. That's going to always be that's always going to
Honestly,
dictate
that
everything.
That was a thread of the entire conversation that I had last night.
But that said, do you see in this venue things that would make it more attractive to either a band or to a consumer of music because of the way it's set up?
I think once you hear like, oh, I may have to stand because it's general admission, but I'm going to be able to see, that's also kind of like, I don't want to stand and not be able to see. So I think the sightlines are really going to be appealing. I think, like you said, though, honestly, it's going to be who's booked there.
Right.
And Live Nation is going to be a funnel for the types of bands, probably the up-and-coming bands who can fill a 4,500-seat venue like this. So it's going to make everybody in the music scene adjust.
Sure.
But I think a lot of us are crossing our fingers that instead of the concept of oversaturating the music scene, that instead it's going to elevate it.
Sandy Max is with us, host of What's on Tap. And what do you see for the weekend ahead?
Well, in other concert news, if Rainbow Kitten Surprise is not your jam.
What kind of music is that?
Indie rock.
Cool.
I know, I can't help but make the little cat noise. But
Appreciate it.
The man sings with a high voice. So it's not quite as naughty kitty as you think. But Rainbow Kitten Surprise, check them out if you want to.
Ow.
But I think, Vince, you might want to be at the Argo because...
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Crank it up, Pancake. Yeah, Saturday Night Jump, America's Van Halen experience. This is 2 hours of the David Lee Roth era of Van Halen.
Okay, because it's different than the Hagar.
It is. And you've got your kind of, it's kind of like Android and Mac, Android and Apple. Like, who do you prefer?
Right.
Usually you have a preference, but yeah, come on, that's going to be a big party. It's a tribute band from Toledo, and they just leaned all the way in. And as much as you want to hear the DLR, David Lee Roth, who will also be performing at Summerfest, by the way.
Yep.
That's going to be one of those, don't expect a lot, just expect a show. I think we'll see what mood David Lee Roth is in at Summerfest.
Excellent.
Yeah, he could be bratty on stage. I've seen it, but I had the pleasure of seeing one of the last tours with Van Halen when David Lee Roth and Eddie Van Halen were performing together. It was Chicago United Center. So just to see Eddie Van Halen, it blows your mind. So anybody who can even get close to replicating that guitar work, I think would be fun to see. So that's your Saturday night at the Argo, if that sounds interesting.
Festivals.
Yes, Winter Night Out tonight at Brookfield's Foxbrook Park, which I think is very nice. It's going to be in the 30s. So considering
not
what
bad,
we've been
right.
through, yeah, I feel like it is
perfect,
a way to embrace winter and take a candlelight hike around the lake. And of course, they'll have, bonfires. Dogs on leashes are welcome. That's tonight at Foxbrook Park in Brookfield.
That's a great site.
I'm excited for Saturday. Harbor Lights, a brand new festival, and it is a free one-night outdoor winter art adventure. So I love what the Harbor District did. They asked, hey, call for artists. So 14 local artists are going to have projections. They're going to take over like little U-Haul pods, and you can walk inside and have these immersive experiences. Light the Hone is going to have a special 5-minute light display at 7:15 and 9:15. So it's an interesting way, like you said, to activate that space. What do you like about the Harbor Lights area?
Oh, I like. I was talking about Foxbrook Park.
Oh.
Yeah. I just think it's a great spot.
Yeah, and another fest, Flannel Fest, downtown Janesville. If you love beer, this is your place to sample and enjoy over 100 different beer vendors, a cornhole tournament, and the Lazy Man Run.
Why is it Flannel Fest? Are you supposed to?
You are supposed to wear flannel. Yes, you are encouraged. So yes.
Will you not be admitted if you're not wearing your vest?
You can borrow somebody else's. Stop by Fleet Farm.
All right, I guess we're done.
Oh, I thought the music was to wind us down.
Sandy Max is the weekend.
Right, sorry, I
at 9:51.
If this weekend's lineup sounds fun, you'll want to check out our friends at Three Pillars Senior Living Communities, where top-notch events and activities are at the heart of everyday life on the beautiful Lake Country campus. Visit threepillars.org today.
Hi,
Hi, WTMJ's Sandy Max here to tell you about incredible career opportunities with my friends at Three Pillars Senior Living Communities in Dousman. Three Pillars is ranked best in continuing care, assisted and independent living, and it's a certified great place to work. They're hiring caregivers within their assisted living and memory care communities. Full and part-time day or evening shifts starting at $20 per hour, and you could get more based on experience and shifts. The best part, you'll make a difference in the lives of others every day. Go to threepillars.org and click on the Careers tab to learn more.
If you need a place for new home interior ideas, then you have to come talk to us. Our on-staff decorators know furniture, home decor, and a lot more. And they're not only creative, but also very willing to help you make great choices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Stop in often because our inventory changes daily.
Design Exchange.
Previously, it has been gently loved. But here, you'll only find very well-conditioned premium home decor items that you likely won't find elsewhere. Distinctive furniture, unique antiques, and original art, and other tasteful home decor at a value. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
This is former Wisconsin Attorney General J.B. Van Hollen with a message for my fellow conservatives about online sports betting. Online sports betting is fun. It protects kids against illegal gambling websites, and it generates billions in tax revenue. But today, Madison politicians are considering a secret deal that could give exclusive control of sports betting to one Indian tribe. One Indian tribe making the majority of all the revenue? Our Constitution requires a vote of the people on expanded sports betting, but Madison insiders want secrecy. What's worse, their plan could leave Governor Evers the sole power to negotiate with the tribes. Madison politicians want to bypass our state constitution, and it could mean less accountability with control concentrated with one Indian tribe. Tell Madison, no secret deal on online sports betting. Paid for by Sports Betting Alliance.
Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
130 years of trusted community banking. Greg Matzik here reminding you since 1896, Horicon Bank has been proud to stand beside their neighbors. And in 2026, Horicon Bank is celebrating this milestone with a full year of special events and monthly celebrations across all of their Wisconsin branches. All this week, join them at their New Berlin location on Cleveland Avenue for gift card giveaways and raffle prizes. Visit HoriconBank.com or follow them on social media. Horicon Bank, together doing good for 130 years.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
.955 on Wisconsin's Morning News, getting set to turn things over to Steve and Kristen.
One of the stories that was making the news this morning out of the Wall Street Journal is just how much money is being made on skincare products for tots, like little kids, like 6-year-olds, and how this is becoming a huge moneymaker for different, I don't know what, moisturizers and skincares and even low pigment makeup, it's being called, for like little kids, and whether or not that's really necessary, or do we think it is because it's in fashion and we see the videos?
They think it is because that's what they're seeing in front of them on their social,
or parents are seeing on social and deciding, oh, little Carrie would like that.
Yes,
and it's a little bit concerning. There are a lot of people wondering whether or not that's a healthy thing to be doing, but the money is pouring into some of these companies that are selling, again, makeup and moisturizers for 6-year-olds. Like, that is a real thing.
I don't know where your daughter's at, but my girls growing up, I don't think they ever really pushed the envelope. It wasn't the makeup and the skincare and stuff like that. I mean, if we had fights, it was over clothes. You know, where's the rest of your shirt, et cetera, right? But so that I don't recall that being an issue for them growing up so much as really wanted to push the envelope in terms of makeup and things.
My 14-year-old, over the last 2 years, has really gotten into it, but not to where we're fighting.
Well, and 14's different than 4.
Well, right, yes, correct, right.
And I said earlier, like I would prefer we've had the other conversation with my son, and you see this in a lot of teenage boys, like show like any suggestion that you care at all, what you look like out there. Like I appreciate that for women in particular, the whole pressure of we need to always look our best. But on the flip side, can I get a kid to care at all?
Do you own a comb?
Right.
I will buy you one.
Yes.
So we were talking about that and laughing, and we got a couple of great texts here. So this text in. My dad used to ask if I used an egg beater as a comb. That's from the text line. And then this one. There's a guy I work with that I swear combs his hair with a balloon.
You don't have to always look your Sunday best, but look like you at least got dressed today.
Hey, the text goes on. It's as if he walks out and sticks the balloon to the wall and gets in his car after combing his hair.
Right after, I'll leave that here for tomorrow.
Let's take the car and save the fares.
A seagull has undergone CPR on a soccer field in Turkey.
And $80 on repair.
Point taken with Scafidi and Bride.
The invitation went out to Attorney General Pam Bondi. She acted about as unprofessionally as anyone could ever act in front of a House committee.
Over something incredibly serious when we were talking about the Epstein files, but the fact that was what a lot of the questions were about, and her being that defiant, like I'm not sure she won herself any fans yesterday.
No, I don't like her persona. I don't like her attitude.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets, something that can positively affect your mood, getting organized and clearing out the clutter. A well-rounded closet could be the most powerful room in your home. Inspired Closets can transform your closets or laundry room, your pantry, any space in your house. What separates Inspired Closets from the others? Their 3D design software and a culture that promises to build what you want and need. Call my friend